Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome all members and guests to the July 12th, 2022 Council and Committee meeting. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. I would ask to ensure your phones are on silent mode. If you are joining virtually, please use the Microsoft Teams raised hand feature icon to be called upon and to remove it after finished speaking. Please also keep your camera on and mute when you're not speaking. And of course, remember to unmute yourself if speaking. With that, I call the July 12th, 2022 Council and Committee meeting to order. First of all, I'd ask, is there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, the following changes have been made to the agenda. Councillor Van Passen requested an item to be pulled from the information pack and will be added under communications in reference to Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program. Councillor Huffman has requested that consent item 4.4 staff report OPS 22-031 Waterford Deer Park Herd Management be pulled for further discussion, and this item will be moved to staff reports under operations. Councillor Martin's notice of motion will be introduced immediately following the first deputation, Elaine Anderson, in reference to greening our community. Additional material was added to Heidi Neighbort's deputation request. Little technical difficulty, we'll stop for a moment. Oh, it's cleared up. Additional material was circulated in advance of the meeting regarding Terry Hannon's deputation and will be added to this post agenda, also including a link to a petition on this matter. Communications item 7.2 in reference to information memo, December 31st, 2021, investment update from the original posted agenda has been moved to staff reports as item 8.5.1, and communications items have been renumbered. Councillor Micheli has requested that communications item 7.4 be pulled for further discussion. Item 8.6.2 in reference to information memo, council and committee meeting calendar has been amended and replaced. Are there any other changes to the agenda? If not, I request a motion to approve the agenda as amended and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Micheli. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 3, there are no closed sessions. So we're going to move down to number 4, which is consent items. Councillor Huffman has requested the item 4.4 being pulled for further discussion and moved. Okay, I have to read. Do I read all these consent items? Okay, I'll read them then. We have 5 consent items today. Does any committee member wish to pull any of these? Oh, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull 4.1 for a brief discussion.
Okay, would you take note that?
Through the chair, typically when we pull a consent item, we will then move it down to staff reports. So 4.1 will be moved down to 8.3.3 on the agenda.
Okay, we'll take note of that. Okay. With that, I can continue with the items. I guess you'd have them read here. 4.2. East Street Port Dover traffic control measures. EIS 22-038 4.3 summary of bid awards for the period ending June 21st, 2022. CS-22-124 4.5 Pheasant and Rabbit program update. OPS-22-3.36 4.6 municipal response to Canadian Union of Postal Workers. CAO-22-099. All those in, I got a mover and a seconder. All those in favor?
Through the chair, no, we need a mover.
Oh, all right, I apologize. I need a mover. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Hoffman. Thank you. Considering this, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Moving right along, we're coming now to our deputations. We have 6 deputations today, and I would ask council to accept the deputations for information after each speaker. And should council wish to direct staff to bring back a report on any of the matters for further discussion, that we do that after all the deputations have been heard. The first deputation is by Elaine Anderson regarding greening our community. Welcome, Elaine.
Very good.
Welcome, Elaine. And
Yes.
I'll indicate to you, you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and the staff has your slide deck. So when you'd like it moved forward, please just indicate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. You can move to the next slide, please. My name is Elaine Anderson, and I'm presenting a group on behalf of the residents from Dover Coast in Port Dover. And I'd like to thank each of you for this opportunity to come to you to speak to you today. You can see that we are a large group that are very concerned about the wastes that are going into the landfill. Next slide, please. We formed a group called Greening Our Community back in 2018, and we have been working with County Council since 2019 when we presented a proposal for a pilot program for a green bin. Unfortunately, we met several legislative restrictions at that time. But we did not give up. Instead, we pursued other alternatives. Next slide, please. We found a local farmer to provide our local scraps to help feed their animals, and the residents collect the waste and deliver it to 4 volunteer homes, rain, snow, or shine, and then it is taken to the farm. The next slide, please. We measured for the year from September 2020 to October 21 in our community alone, and we successfully collected over 10 tons of kitchen scraps that were diverted from the landfill. So you can see how dedicated we are, a group of people that are interested in this project. So I had attached for you in the previous readings a document from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Park. And within this document, many recommendations are made regarding organic waste and recommendations to divert it from the landfill. Next slide, please. You can see from the next couple of slides that we are in alignment with their recommendations. Next one, please. Next slide. So we're focusing on the organic waste there rather than just the other recyclings. So our desire, as you can see on the screen there, is really, there's many things that we're hoping to accomplish, but what we really want to talk about is a pilot program, including the Dover Coast and the 31 new home condo association that it's just off of New Lakeshore Boulevard down the road from us. And then, of course, there's other ideas to help reduce the waste. Next slide, please. Our ask of County Council today is to have direct access to a dedicated staff member and resources to work alongside of us, thinking outside of the box to set up a pilot program for our community in the 31 home condo just down the road from us on New Lakeshore Road. As you can see there, the staff expertise is needed for several reasons. And one of the areas of strong interest that we have is the yard waste collection that currently occurs. And could this be combined with organic waste? And the reason we ask this is that we're also working with a group of farmers called ALICE, which represents the Alternative Lands Use Services, who their mandate is really working on wetlands restoration. But they're also very interested in receiving our organic waste for their farms for fertilization of their soils. Another area of particular interest is the digester that we've listed there. Is this potentially in the plans forthcoming? An anaerobic digester similar to what is happening in London in keeping in using this, it keeps the methane gas out of the atmosphere and it produces renewable alternative to a fossil-based natural gas. Next slide, please. So what would be the benefits of having a dedicated staff member to work alongside of us? We could work towards reducing the amount of organic waste going into the landfill, decreasing the methane gas that's produced during decomposition of the waste materials, and also developing a framework and learnings from a pilot program so that when it's mandated by the government that everyone is to have a green bin program in place, that the best approach will be finalized through our experiences that we would learn for the rollout to the greater and broader community. This then for Norfolk County would create positive publicity for the county making changes and working towards this ahead of the mandate from the government. And then finally, we felt it was important that this then helps County Council here in Norfolk to support the Norfolk County as Ontario's Green Garden. So next slide, please.
You have about 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm kind of rushing through all of this, trying to get the 5 minutes in. So as you can see, we have another initiatives that are going on, including collection of cartons for egg cartons to sell their fresh farm eggs. We do the aluminum can collection, milk bags, pill bottle collections, that are being supported and going to third world countries. And again, I'm referencing to you working with the Alice group that is demonstrating a fair bit of interest in receiving things. But there are a lot of questions, and that's why we need the support of a dedicated staff person. So if we move forward to the next slide. In closing, our ask, again, to reiterate, is direct access to one or more staff members and resources dedicated to working alongside of us. You can see how dedicated we are in wanting to see this move forward. And the timing, we're requesting that we start this immediately and not delay. And with our hopes that a formal costing or plan be provided back to you in November of 22. In looking at how can we potentially move forward and what would be the best way to do that. So we want to express our thanks to Councillor Amy Martin, who has worked with us very, very diligently since 2019 in supporting us in this endeavor. And then also we've had support from the Director of Environmental Services, Larry Conrad. So I've run through this presentation very quickly. But due to our 5 minutes limitation, I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
Well, thank you. That was quite comprehensive, actually. I'd like to ask amongst the councillors, are there any questions? Mike, oh, sorry, Councillor Columbus.
Oh, sorry about that, Elaine. Elaine, very good presentation. And when you mention dedicated staff, do you mean like how many hours a week are you looking at? Or
Yeah.
what is your definition of
Okay.
dedicated?
That's an excellent question. And we recognize that staff members have other roles as well. What we're really looking for is a point person that we can come to be able to, because we've had a lot of questions and we recognize understand the busyness of everybody. But if we have somebody as a point person that we can go to and answer our questions. So as far as determination of hours, we haven't really defined that, but we do have a lot of questions that we'd like to be able to raise. So whether it's a meeting, a phone call meeting weekly or every 2 weeks or, 2 or 3 times a month, something like that, but just more so that we can go to them and say, okay, what's the story behind this? How can we move forward? And then they could come back with the answers directly to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Elaine, thanks for coming and thanks for providing the information beforehand as well. That's very helpful. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on what kitchen scraps actually means, because I know there's a discrepancy between green bin items, compost items, and kitchen scraps. So can you comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to Councillor Amy Martin's question, what we have done, because we were using the products for feeding animals, we separated out all things that were edible by the animals. So what we did not put in was any bones, any meat, any cardboard, any papers. I know in other green bin programs, like we came from the Stony Creek area, we were able to put all that into the green bin. So none of that went into it. It was just really that. Those sort of things that the animals would eat.
Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair, I did want to correct one point you made, and I know we discussed it, so it was probably just made an error, but the provincial government is just mandating municipalities to research, not to actually roll out the program. But I think you make a good point there with getting ahead of it a little bit. I wondered also if you could elaborate on what the role of Alice is in your discussions and how they see this coming to fruition in a positive way.
Good, Madam Chair, to Amy Martin, Councillor Martin. We have been discussing with the chair of Alice, and her name is Stephanie. And we've had meetings with her and the President Joe, and what their role would be is that they're interested in receiving the organic raw materials. So it's not been processed at this point. It would then be given to them into their farmlands, which they would then put into their soils. So that's where they're involved. So that's not like for fertilization into the farmland, being ground into the soils and that. At this point, that is not their focus, but they're very interested in this when we called them to say, because they were all very much in support of that. And because we cannot do composting in our condo communities, it's just not allowed based on the rules. So we thought, we have all the farmland and the rural areas, why could we not make use of our farmers? We don't have to look the same as other cities do it. We can do it very differently, and that's where Alice is very interested. Again, as I said, they have several questions, and that's where we would like to be able to present it to the staff member and search out the correct answers for them.
Thank you. My last question, Madam Chair, if I may, is if Norfolk County does not go down the road in the coming years of initiating a green bin program, where do you see your program? What is the next best case scenario, and what does that partnership look like with Norfolk County? And I'm assuming because you'd like to continue. I know we've spoke about, and it's referenced in your slides, about green bins and that the group would like to make a contribution to purchasing green bins, but can you just kind of summarize what's the best case scenario if there is not a county-wide green bin program here in Norfolk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think essentially what it comes down to is that we do know eventually it is coming. A green bin is coming. So it's our understanding that, yes, I know it has to be researched, but we understand it has to still come forth. So what we would continue to do is search out farmers, local farmers, and we have been provided some information from Councillor Martin of a couple of other venues that we could go down in regards to farmers to provide this material. At this point, we do not want to stop the momentum of the individuals because they're used to collecting this stuffing and bringing it forward. So we want to continue this on. So it would be something, I mean, we've done this now since 2019. We have no intention of stopping because we feel it's the right thing to do and not put the waste into the landfill for various reasons that have been discussed. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Mallard.
I have a question from Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your deputation. It was very informative, a lot of good information. I'm just curious as to what kind of costs have you taken on personally, like your group? What's been involved for you cost-wise so far?
Madam Chair, as for the costs really come down to time. It comes down to time. We have earned monies through various fundraising that we have done, and that's where we would have the money that we suggested in the slides that we would help to put towards the eventual purchase of some green bins. So it's really just been time, volunteer time, taking the stuff. So there's been really no charge. We've been taking it upon ourselves, gas mileage, time, you know, delivering that sort of thing. So there hasn't been, and containers, I'm one of the families that's a volunteer, and there's 4 other families. So we do have the availability of reaching the whole community and getting rid of it, the scraps, and then taking it over to the farmer on appropriate days.
Any further questions? I'm going to ask just one. What is the difference between what you're doing and composting?
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. I guess the difference being is that with a composter, you would have that in your backyard and you would put these scraps into your backyard container and put some dirt in it and add some water and all that sort of thing. Because we're not allowed to have that, we back out onto the golf course. Okay, so we're not able to have that in our community. So then that's where we thought, what can we do with it? And that's where we sought this other alternative plan. So in our slides, we had mentioned, you know, some brainstorming ideas about, you know, for the rest of the area, maybe it's just the areas that require no composting on their properties. But they would not have the compost, but have the pickup. I'm talking future. Okay. And then the rural homes could have the composters made available to them that they do it, therefore decreasing the number of bags of garbage that are actually collected, and therefore dropping the tipping fees that the county has to pay for this. So it's looking at the long outrange, and maybe it's different, you know, like the townhome complexes, or because there's a lot of, like in our area, I can't get over since we've been here for 3.5 years, the growth that has occurred in our area. And people are very, very interested, and that's where the other community that's just down the road from us. There was an article in the Maple Leaf about a year ago talking about it, which has sparked a lot of interest among a lot of the residents. So I think people are really on board with this and really want to get this going for the betterment.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, I'm looking for a motion to receive the deputation as information. I'd like a mover, please. Oh, you have a question, Mike?
Yes.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes. Elaine, do you foresee any challenges going forward whatsoever? Like, we had a problem in Port Dover where somebody was pasturing cattle right next to a subdivision on the west side of Dover, and there was a huge problem with flies. Do you foresee any issues like that going forward, or have you experienced that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, in response to the question. No, we have not had any issues. Don't really foresee, because I think if we can get a pilot program going, the material is picked up and it's diverted out to the appropriate potential farmlands that might be interested in the materials. There was a lot of concerns about having flies and things like that, and that's one of the reasons why the composting is not allowed on site for individuals, because of the close proximity of the homes. And then we've got the golf course, beautification of the golf course.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I'll ask for the motion. I need a mover, please, to receive it, the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Your Worship, Mayor Chop. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for a very informative deputation.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'm going to come to Councillor Martin. You had a notice of motion in reference to the green bin program. I'll let you, if you'd like to read your motion that you made.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't read it because it's quite lengthy and it was in a previous agenda. However, there is an amendment to that motion. Previously, we were looking to add a budget discussion to add the green bins themselves in, and in further discussions with the group and the Alice partnership that's come on board, we are just simply requesting that the partnership with Norfolk County staff occur. So it doesn't specify duration and time and resources. It just looks to partner up with Norfolk County and have a dedicated staff member to ask those questions. So at this time, there is no budget request or purchase that needs to occur. I see Teresa has it up on the screen.
Teresa, is this where we would be considering a 2/3 majority?
Through the chair, this is a notice of motion. So our procedure bylaw says that a notice of motion introduced will go to the next council meeting for consideration. So that would be our standard practice. Should council wish to put this motion on the floor today, then we would need a motion to waive the procedure bylaw with the 2/3 majority. Or again, if the motion is just simply introduced today, it will be considered at next week's council meeting.
So Councillor Martin, you consider it today, or would you consider it to be done on the July 19th council meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is okay to wait for the July 19th meeting.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair, if I may, Councillor Martin, you had suggested that there was an amendment.
Sorry, previously last time, Teresa, when we printed it as a notice of motion and then we withdrew it from the agenda, the motion was different. You have fixed it and it is printed properly today. Thank you.
So through the chair, the motion has been introduced. It is, as Councillor Martin noted, posted on the agenda, so we can move on to the next item.
Next deputation is 5.2, which is Terry Hannum, paving project for Waterford Trail. Terry? Welcome, Terry. You have 5 minutes as well for your deputation. And you can start anytime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time and for listening to my deputation. I'm Terry Hannum, and today I'm going to be discussing why the Waterford Heritage Trail asphalt project is non-compliant to the Accessibility for Ontario's Disability Act, or the AODA, the Norfolk County Accessibility Guidelines, and the Human Rights Code. It's unlawful and should be rescinded because of this. I'm a senior living with disabilities and chronic pain, and walking is my exercise. Nature photography is a passion of mine, so I go attend the trails as often as I can. I'm part of a growing demographic that have difficulties walking on hard surfaces, and doing it for an extended time increases pain and swelling. So I drive over to the Mechanic Street access or further points to use the unpaved sections there. Many others do the same for similar reasons. And again, if paving is done, it will exclude this growing demographic access to what they currently enjoy. Here are a couple myths I'd like to dispel. Is asphalt doesn't mean accessible to all, and disabled doesn't mean wheelchairs for everyone. There's unseen disabilities. Hard packed crushed stone doesn't mean uneven, unstable, tripping hazard, or loose gravel that a wheelchair can get stuck in. It means a firm, flat, stable, and most inclusive trail covering choice, according to many experts in the fields of accessible trails and accessibility concerns. These myths are mentioned and dispelled in many trail building guides put together by dozens of experts working together to make sure we have the best and most inclusive and accessible trails we can have. If it wasn't suitable for the tasks, they simply wouldn't recommend it. The AODA has been law since 2005. That's 17 years. It's a long time to get used to something. There's all kinds of acts and laws related to accessibility because it's such an important issue. Sometimes the wording of these laws is vague. Firm, flat, and stable comes in lots of colors and styles. But these acts and laws are intended to be used in conjunction with the notion of maximum accessibility and inclusiveness at the forefront. The AODA and Norfolk County Accessibility Guidelines state mandatory consulting with persons with disabilities to be done as early as possible in the planning and design process to add any value. So it can be weighed with all other considerations and to prevent trail groups from assuming what they will require for making any decisions. And they should always aim for inclusive design and be sure to address any conflict between user groups during these early consulting phases. The paving initiative is non-compliant with the various laws and acts because it unilaterally decided it was a paving project and did not follow the lawful mandated consultation guidelines into decision making, therefore making any future talks moot. And in view of the recent staff report advising council to accept the pavement project while there's still many unresolved reported accessibility concerns with asphalt by myself and others, and the trail committee's insistence in proceeding with the non-compliant project that bypassed the lawful consulting procedures, which in turn block everyone's human rights access to the duty to be accommodated clause.
You
I
have
have-
1 minute left.
I have no further options but to start proceedings on a human rights claim. Since I have 30 seconds left, two other concerns. Recently, there was 3 porta potties installed on the property, and none of them are accessible. And just because they had permission to install a bridge and pave a path on the provincial land doesn't excuse them from compliant procedures of public consultation. I can find no evidence that was met, and our AODA committee has no records whether it was done either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was excellent. No, I hope you're willing to entertain some questions.
Obviously, yep.
Thank you. Any questions of council? Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the deputation. Thank you very much, Terry, for coming and speaking to us today. So basically, when we went through this process, I believe it was back in April, there was a deferral of this topic. So from listening to what you're saying, where we quote unquote dropped the ball was we did not involve our accessibility committee in reviewing this project. And that was a critical step that was missed by this council and staff.
Yes, but it was non-compliant before it got to these guys. Because the AODA is clear in that any initiative, any decision-making can't be unilaterally. It has to involve public consultation with the public and with persons with disabilities so they can have input into the accessibility, that what they actually need and require, not what a group decides is best for them. That makes sense, I hope.
Yes, that does make sense. So what would you like to see happen now? What's your vision for moving
Well,
forward?
Personally, I would like asphalt to be recognized as a barrier to accessibility, and I would like the trail committee to start the process from scratch and follow the law. The law is there for a reason. It's to protect. If they followed the law, we wouldn't be in this position that the community's divided and everyone's fighting over what should be done. To take a path, a trail that's currently accessible to everyone and make it inaccessible to a group of disabled people that currently use it is against the law. I don't know why they took the path of non-compliance when they presented this initiative.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Terry, are you familiar with what AODA legislation specifies about paved surfaces?
I addressed that in my talk a little bit. All of the laws and acts are kind of vague. They state it has to be firm, stable, they don't specify the exact material. But these acts are to be used in conjunction with the intent that maximum accessibility and inclusive must be at the forefront.
And one more question, through you, Madam Chair. Are you familiar of any trails that have a half and half option that are safe and don't present much of a tripping hazard?
Again, I can't remember the exact passage right now, but I believe that's against the accessibility code too. For equitable use, can have something that you can't have something that everyone can use. Was my interpretation of it.
Mayor Chop?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Terry. Well, you mentioned other challenges going on in municipalities. Do you have any of the names of the municipalities?
Well, Waterford's all like, there's a pro asphalt and there's,
No, but you mentioned in terms of it being in contravention to the law, and so that there was a growing body of people with disabilities that are starting to challenge some of these decisions around paved trails. So I'm just wondering if there's some other municipalities that you're aware of. I did a search before and I just couldn't, I'm not saying that there aren't any. I'm just curious if you know of any that I could specifically look up.
there's a AODA Alliance group. They've been fighting one of the, I don't know if it was Mississauga or I think it was Toronto, had a 5-year plan on e-scooters to be allowed on the trails, and the AODA Alliance spoke up against that and got that turned down because the speeding e-scooters are a hazard on a shared accessible trail, and people with mobility issues and that use chairs and walkers don't feel safe with them. They're also talking to London for the same reason.
So I understand you're not the only person that's raised this concern in terms of obviously joints and so on the trails. What would you say to the other half of people that have a disability that want the paved trails because they believe it does help their ability to?
The experts say, like I said, the experts say crushed hard packed gravel, the right, not gravel, stone. Gravel's been washed and it takes the binding compounds off. It has to be hard packed crushed stone installed properly is the most accessible and inclusive choice. Just the fact that asphalt excludes a growing, we have an aging society, aging population, and as aging increases, so does disabilities. Mobility is one of the biggest leadings of disabilities with seniors, right? So asphalt excludes that growing demographic from using it, whereas the crushed rock option includes everyone except inline skaters, which have the option of the paved trails in town.
If I can, Madam Chair, just one more question, I guess. I guess from my own perspective, when this sort of came about, was I hesitant about spending the money, especially as we look at future maintenance costs and so on? Certainly there's the pictures in there of the cracks and I look at the changes we've tried to make in the county. But then I struggle when you have a group that's very involved, like the association, a group of volunteers that goes and they put together a funding package to the province, and the province is now willing to give the money and fully fund this. Then I struggle with turning them down because, again, we rely on volunteers, and if the volunteers are saying this is what we want to do, and then council's interjecting themselves in that, that's a hard thing. So, just as one of the questions I will put to Mr. Koistro when he comes up is certainly in terms of whether that funding, just as a potential option, could be used for resurfacing with a different material like the crushed gravel. So thanks very much for your presentation. I certainly see both sides to the argument.
Can I address that? No organization, no municipality, nobody has the power to not comply with the law, with the accessibility law. There's no excuse that anyone can have to bypass that. this law. So I know they do great work, and I've said all along, I'm a big fan of the trail. I'm a nature photographer. People love my pictures from the trail. It's been a tourist attraction for many, many years. Day trippers all the time, and paving it won't make a difference. It might even turn people down.
Worship?
Just one more quick one then. So if that's the case, then I guess where I'm struggling is the province of Ontario is providing the funding. So how, you know, clearly there's a disconnect here perhaps between somebody's interpretation and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I haven't researched enough into that side, but I certainly will go and do my research now.
Which part are you struggling with?
That this is in contravention to the law to have a paved surface when there are people with disabilities that claim that the paved surface is in fact increasing there. So I'm from your perspective, I can understand that that is a barrier. From somebody else's perspective, that may actually be eliminating a barrier. And the funding is coming from a provincial level. So I would hope at a provincial level that, you know, they're taking this into consideration at a.
Does the provincial level exclude themselves from the consultation process?
Well, those laws are arguably coming from the provincial legislature.
Yeah. So it's the same as when the initiative was brought to you guys. Somebody dropped the ball and said, was there compliance? And it wasn't for some reason. I don't know.
I understand.
I forgot a point I was going to make.
Well, thank you, Terry, for your presentation, and I think it's something that we will take under consideration. Right now, if there is no more questions, I would ask for a motion to receive the deputation as information. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Huffman, a seconder, please. Councillor Van Passen, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Next, I have Heidi Neighbor, also with the Waterford Heritage Trail. I'm going to welcome you, Heidi. You too as well have 5 minutes for your deputation, and the staff is going to place your slide deck on the screen, and please let the staff know when you want that screen advanced. And I will indicate when you have 1 minute. Maybe if you look up, I'll wave rather than interrupt.
I will talk very fast.
All right, I appreciate it.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, Mayor Chop, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address my concerns about asphalt as a surface for the Waterford trails. I'll be addressing 4 areas of concern. Number 1, personal. I have hip and back issues. I am a senior that cause pain while walking on asphalt pavement. As such, I walk the trails north of Mechanic Street, specifically because it is a crushed limestone surface. Number 2, AODA. The previous speaker mentioned several specifics about the AOD legislation. I did send through this item that you have on the screen there. There's a link to a video from a law professor talking about the legislation. Of particular interest, I would draw your attention to the highlighted area, specifically itemizing that regardless of your position in government, council, individual, or association, if you don't follow the AOD law, you are subject to a human rights code violation. I as well will formally file a human rights complaint if this goes forward with asphalt. That's my commitment. Number 3, maintenance. If you would kindly go to the next item that well, that's just the video screen grabs. There was another additional item that I included for today's presentation. And it's photographs of the Waterford Trail. I'm equally concerned about the ongoing cost of maintaining a paved trail. And I've included photographs of the current damage of the existing paved trail within the town of Waterford. I've addressed 3 areas of concern in my submission, namely cracks, buckled and sunken areas, and graffiti. Graffiti is an issue that will make our trail unsightly and creates a tag situation that will only increase the amount of graffiti going forward. Conversely, if the trail stays with crushed limestone, graffiti is not an issue. I found over 200 cracks throughout the trail that is existing in the town right now. They vary from minor cracks to major cracks that are unsightly, but more importantly, and this should really make everyone in this council a little nervous, the risks of liability for the buckling that can lead to the injuries for walking, wheelchairs, and cycling, or any other type of mobile action, whether you're on a skateboard or you're on roller skates. I mean, there's all sorts of movable items that will get caught in the cracks or will end up wiping out on these buckled areas. These cracks and buckled areas are created by two things: tree roots and weather. We all know how bad our roads are in early spring with potholes. I don't need to tell any of you about that. They are the greatest liability of injury to people that are using the trail. Crushed limestone surface does not create cracks or buckling. However, it does create potholes that can be an issue. And therefore, looking at the costs of repair, it's minimal when compared to asphalt versus crushed limestone. To that end, I did include a quote from the company that actually installed the crushed limestone, Simon Construction. I didn't get this into our initial presentation, but every councillor and Mayor Chop, you received this quote: $6,000 per kilometer. Pretty cheap compared to $500,000. Lastly, tourism. As a former resident of downtown Toronto, our family moved to Waterford in 2001 and continue to enjoy the country life. The Norfolk County Tourism Initiative has so many areas that they focus on, including the new wine trail, our many waterways and lakes, including the Waterford ponds. As the cities in the GTA continue to deplete their green space, many city residents come to Norfolk County. Many of them are friends and family. They come here to experience nature in a natural setting, not another trail with asphalt. Please keep the Waterford Trail natural. The costs of maintenance, liability issues, and the fact that the AODA was not included at the start of this entire initiative are some of the many reasons that this asphalt project needs to be voted against. Lastly, our 4-week petition has so far 319 signatures against asphalt paving, and it's continuing to grow. And I'm open to questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi, and I appreciate you were under. Are there any questions for Heidi from the councillors? Councillor Huffman?
Only two at one at a time. Thank you very much for your deputation. I very much appreciate listening to your points. With the, just a quick question, with the petition, are most of the signatures on there local people?
Terry actually has a full list of signatures, except for the additional ones that we got today. The one that we have, and Terry, you've got it with you? Yeah. It's a mixed bag. I mean, I have friends that come from Toronto frequently, and they're dead set against it as well. I've sent out a request for them to sign, but yeah, a large number of them are local people, for sure.
Now, have you had any conversation with anybody in the community who is in favor of the paving? Have you had an opportunity to have a discussion with them?
Well, I don't know that I'd call it a discussion, but certainly on Waterford Today, which is one of our Facebook groups, we've had lots of discussion about, you know, what are the pros and cons of paving versus limestone. And I mean, the list is endless as to what the benefits of limestone are versus paving. Paving, I think, opens up the opportunity to liability, ongoing maintenance. I mean, Mayor Chop talked about how many volunteers there are. That's today. And for the next maybe 5 years, it'll be in pristine condition. In 5 to 10 years from now, are those volunteers still going to be there? We don't know that. And then is it going to fall onto the county to maintain this thing? That's a long stretch of pavement to take care of. And I don't know about you, but there are roads in Waterford that need that pavement, not the trail.
And I understand that point, but we're looking at, that would be two different pots of money per se, right? So it's not like the money from the trail would be going to do the roads. So I know that that was an argument that was presented within the community. So I know that it has created, unfortunately, quite a division within our community. And I would like to see a resolution to this soon that meets all the requirements. My understanding is from our staff report that we did, as I mentioned during Terry's deputation, we did miss the criteria of having our accessibility committee review this project. And that is something that we need to go back and have done. And my understanding is that staff are organizing that meeting for the next week or so. So that is definitely something that needs to take place going forward.
You asked whether, what are some of the other areas that we've talked about with the people that are pro asphalt versus us, the group that are, I don't know if you want to call it anti-asphalt. But I mean, the concerns are also, you know, the fact that this is now what looks like a roadway, as Terry mentioned earlier. To have e-bikes and other types of devices that would be now usable on the trail that would put, you know, people like myself or someone who's walking with a cane or a walker or in a wheelchair that would be knocked over, or dogs that are walking with their, you know, owner. It opens up the opportunity to turn it into a little bit of a trail highway, which doesn't exist with a crushed limestone surface. I mean, in addition, I mean, our concerns are also flora and fauna, and you know, I mean, the list doesn't end with just the people that are using the trail, but also the impact on the environment. You know, let's not kid ourselves. Asphalt is a petroleum product. It's made from crude oil. And to have that sitting next to a water body that's full of fish and turtles, and there's an eagle's nest, and you know, the list goes on. In addition, it's a slippery surface in the winter in a totally different way that crushed stone would be. So look, there's already enough paved trails in Waterford to accommodate people that prefer that methodology of movement. Can we not just keep the crushed stones ones that we have in place for those of us who cannot walk on pavement?
Yeah, thank you. Question, Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yesterday I finally pumped up the tires on my flat tires on my bike with my family. I went to the Waterford Trail, rode it, and it is a very actively used site. I'll tell you, there's all kinds of people there from everywhere, Woodstock, Guelph, so it's well utilized. But I asked a couple people who were disabled walking there with their families. Their main concern was the fact that they're afraid that more cyclists are going to be riding this paved trail and speeding by. And when you're going by each other, I mean, if they don't have a button or something to warn that they're coming by, which a few people did not have, it can be dangerous. So that was the main concern they had about being disabled, not because they couldn't walk it or wheelchair wouldn't roll or anything like that. It was the fact that it would get greater use and more cyclists and even motorized vehicles, which aren't supposed to be there, would be using that stretch. Can you comment on that?
Thank you so much. You've hit the nail on the head, quite frankly, because that's a concern of mine as well. Without question, it does turn that trail into potential high-speed, whether you want to call it high-speed cycling roadway, but it does open up the opportunity to have motorized segways or, I don't know if there's a motorized skateboard. I'm not up on all that stuff. But without question, that has been one of the biggest issues, that it just turns an existing leisure trail into a potential competitive environment where people are racing against each other. And the walkers are, kind of at their, it's at their own risk. They want to walk along that trail. Thank you for bringing that up.
It is an issue, but it hasn't been mentioned by you or the previous speaker. That's why I thought it should come up.
And thank you for bringing that up, because the list is so long, I forgot to add that. Thank you.
Councillor Michele?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Heidi, thanks very much for your presentation. You do a very persuasive job of getting your points across. You've mentioned a couple of times about this paved trail becoming sort of like a trail highway, especially with regard to motorized vehicles. I just happened in preparation for today's meeting, most of the paved trails in Ontario restrict the use of them to no motorized vehicles. So I just kind of want to make that clear that we don't have to worry about e-bikes and that kind of thing. In fact, the city of Toronto does not allow e-bikes in the entire city because of the dangers that they pose. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate your point. I personally have seen people on motorized things on the paved trail in Waterford. So just as much as it says no motorized vehicles, people break the law all the time, or they disregard a sign. And if we have more paved trails, it just opens up the opportunity, especially in areas that are outside of town, further north. Who's going to monitor all that? No one. So, yeah, I mean, with Toronto, I'm a Torontonian. I was born in Toronto. I've lived here for 21 years. I love Norfolk County. I love Waterford. And I think, we have the opportunity here in Norfolk County to remain uncitified. That's the best way I can sort of describe it. Toronto is paved for many different reasons, and they have the budget to maintain, and they don't rely on volunteers. They have a huge tax base. In this particular situation, that's not the case, and we're relying on volunteers to make sure that that is maintained over the next few decades. The damage that I photographed is less than 10 years old, and I just, the amount of damage, I can show you how many photographs I took. I photographed every single crack on the entire paved section. So don't mistake that this is going to be a maintenance nightmare going forward.
I want to thank
Thank you.
you, Heidi, for your presentation. I take it there are no more questions. With that, and thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking for a motion to receive the deputation as information. It's moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have also on the Waterford Heritage Trail, I have Andy Kustra. Welcome, Andy, as well. You have 5 minutes, and I will try to indicate the last minute at the end of your presentation, if you'd like to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my name is Andy Koistra. I'm happy to be here and appear before you again. I'm joined this afternoon with Terry Bonnet. He's the president of the Waterford Heritage Trail, and Frank Woodcock, who's the secretary. They've been directors for at least since 2010, myself since 2012. So we've all been at it for more than a decade. So we're happy to be here and discuss this. I won't go over the issues addressed at the previous sessions, but I'll bring you up to date on where things stand at this moment. The last council resolution indicated a 2023 start to the project. We are now asking for the county's consent to do the project this year. We have sufficient funds to do the entire project with no need for the county's contribution. The source of the funding is a federal government agency grant, which will provide 75% of the funding up to a total project cost of $600,000. The funds are to be released to the Waterford Heritage Trail as the work progresses. One of the requirements of the grant is that the project must be completed by the end of March 2023. Since the project consists mostly of asphalt paving, realistically, the work must be done by mid-October this season. The project also contains an Indigenous recognition and education component that is slated to be integrated into the site. As well, talks are underway to partner with Access Now. It's an organization focusing on the needs of people with disabilities to collaborate on the site visibility in the context of nature access sites across Ontario. Finally, since our last meeting, we've engaged the expertise of a herpetologist who has provided a comprehensive report on the potential impact on the turtle population. As a result of this report, we will not be paving concession 8, which is Mechanic Street, to the Y on concession 7. Further, we're in discussion regarding concession 7 to 6 with a view of providing habitat protection, enhancement, and augmentation. So in conclusion, we request the council's consent to execute the project this year. We accept Parks and Recreation and Public Works Department's oversight on the process and are prepared to enter into an agreement as regards procurement laws and regulations. Thank you. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Andy. I'm sure there will be some questions, Your Worship.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Thanks, Andy, very much. I know what it feels like to be on taking all that abuse from both sides. You're never going to make everyone happy. So I appreciate your time as a volunteer, certainly in your commitment to this, and getting 600,000 out of the province is also pretty amazing. So thank you for your work with that. In terms of hearing some of these concerns from people, what would you say, to this desire to have crushed limestone or crushed gravel, and also when you see some of the pictures of the asphalt that is crumbling in other locations, what the maintenance plan is moving forward with this and how we're going to handle it?
Well, as far as maintenance on cracking goes, that's not an uncommon situation in Canada. You only have to look at a parking lot 3 years after it's in and you'll see it. So there is the potential to extend the life of pavement by doing crack sealing. It's a good thing to do, and it's usually not too expensive. Pavement has a lifespan of around 25 years. That's true of streets. It's true of this project. That's just what it is. So that just kind of comes with that territory. As far as the paving compared to the other services is concerned, we have about 25 kilometers of trail in the Waterford Heritage Trail network system. With this project being done, about half will be paved and the other half will not be paved. So, it's just our idea is not to pave it all, but just to make sure that everyone who has a desire to use the trail is able to do it in the way that they can actually do it. So, this is in reaction to a desire by a specific demographic that would like to have the trail paved, that would like to get on the trail in Waterford and be able to go all the way to Brantford. And that's what doing this 10 or 12, 11 kilometers or so will enable them to do.
Okay, oh, Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Andy. Thank you very much for your deputation. Thank you for that update. And I do applaud all of the volunteers on the Trail Association. It is a highlight in Waterford, our trails. I guess my question is, has there been any consideration to half and half, where half would be the crushed limestone and half would be paved? Has there been any thought to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman. So the county right now maintains about 1 meter on either side of the pavement, so that if you really didn't want to walk on the asphalt, you could walk on the grass right beside. So there's no real, so really, actually the entire length of it can be walked, well, pretty well, on grass or gravel or some other surface other than asphalt.
And when you talk about part of the trail will not be paved, and there's no intentions at this point to pave, what area is that will not be paved?
So that's the area going south from Waterford towards Simcoe. And then there's a recreation hiking trail to the west of the Black Bridge. That's about 5 kilometers through the woods. So that wouldn't be paved either.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Andy. Andy, are you able to elaborate on the indicative recognition and education component that you mentioned?
Yes, as part of the grant, we were asked how we would address that issue. And just happens that through the Rotary Club, there's a connection to local, to Indigenous people. There's an organization with the Rotary Club that that's called Honoring Indigenous People. I contacted them, and they put us in contact with a program called the Moccasin Identifier. How that works is that every nation in Canada, every Indigenous nation, will be given a moccasin that has a specific design, and that it'll be placed in areas where they once lived. So if you're in that area and you see this moccasin, you could look up what design that is, and you would know who the nation was that lived there. So we thought that was a great idea, and we bought into that idea right away. So we are intending to do that. And besides that, we've also committed to putting in it's called a sitting circle, not different what you've got right here. And we'll put one in on site somewhere like that, probably with Armorstone seats, something like that.
I have one further question from your worship.
I have to tell you, I do struggle with this because when I look at 600,000, if that's what we're spending now, and I would agree with you, it's about a 25-year lifespan on asphalt. When you do that calculation, that's 24,000 a year at present day value, let alone future, that we need to be putting away in a reserve account to basically do that replacement in 25 years time. That's one of the things that Norfolk County has lacked in the past, is that planning for infrastructure that degrades over time. So I guess my question just comes back to, I mean, again, I can't thank you enough as volunteers on the association. This is where I struggle, is that you've taken the time, you've gone out, you've raised the provincial funding, and who are we to kind of, you know, I suppose interject too much in that. However, it is also going to be a council's responsibility in 25 years if there's no provincial funding to go and fix all of the paved trails. So I'm just curious from the provincial funding perspective. You know, I've spent a lot of time on trails myself, and the limestone trails, the crushed limestone, are quite beautiful actually, and they're a great surface to ride a bicycle and to walk on. So is it mandatory from the province, from the specifications, that it be pavement, or can that money be used to resurface the trail in other forms?
Well, we've described very, explicitly what the project is. So we're not in a position to change it really. No, I would say not. It would have to be the way we described it to them. And I would say as far as limestone screenings surfaces, it's good when it's first done. But over time, grass grows into it. It grows over it. There's a bunch of the areas you can travel where there's just two narrow little pathways left. And then if you have to pass on grass, if it's wet, it's not very safe. So you can argue safety in all kinds of ways. But certainly limestone doesn't stay that way. So it needs maintenance as well.
One more, Madam Chair, if that's okay. So what would you say in terms of, you know, again, take that 600,000 over a 25-year span, and how do we handle this? I mean, it's not just the Waterford Trail in Norfolk County. So how do we handle this across the county in 25 years when we have to start doing all of these replacements without the funds to be able to do that? Because I know where our reserve accounts still sit.
Well, you've already allowed a lot of trails in Simcoe in through Norfolk County. They're being run by volunteer organizations. There's nothing to suggest that will change. And if and when repairs need to be done, they find ways to raise money. I'll bring up the bridges down on the Lynn Valley Trail. There were problems there. They identified the problem. They addressed it as a group. They found the funding and they did the repairs. I can't speak for what a group will do, obviously 25 years from now, but I just point to that.
Thank you. I have one hypothetical question. If the organization is challenged with a human rights question, how does one handle that? Organization? Can they, being there is a law, I'm just curious, you've heard it here today. Would your organization take that as a consideration? I'm just curious.
I can't really answer that. I have to think about that, to be honest with you. I don't want to really.
That's why I mentioned it as hypothetically, because it's something you probably will have to think on. Thank you. Is there any further questions? If not, I'd like to thank you, Andy, and thank your group and all your work that you do. Right now, I'd like to have a motion to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Michele, all those in favor? Carried. Keep pushing the button. And I will indicate that the staff report regarding the Waterford Trail matter will be considered under reports later on during the meeting. Our next deputation is Jim Greenwood, and that is in reference to municipal pheasant hunt and license sales. Do we have Jim? Welcome, Jim. And again, you will have 5 minutes for your presentation, and I will try to indicate at the end the 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, Mayor Chop, councillors, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and give an update on last season's pheasant hunt and the license sales. My understanding is that there is a staff report that will be tabled later today to speak to the program. So this just nicely dovetails into that to report as well. For 2021, 2022, the license sales, the total licenses issued were 418. And that was actually down 3 from the previous year. Norfolk County residents, 182, representing 43% of total license sales. Norfolk County, or non-residents of Norfolk County, 236 licenses sold, representing 57% of the total licenses. All the revenue that's obtained from the license sales goes back to the purchase of pheasants for the following season. And that's where all that money goes to. The volunteers from our club, and I'm president of the Long Point Area Fish and Game Club, the volunteers that we have that go out on a weekly basis to pick up pheasants and release them in the pheasant release areas that we have, their costs are covered by the club. So it's just a reminder that all that revenue from license sales is only used to purchase birds for the following season. As I mentioned, the releases are done every week during the season from the beginning of October to the end of December for pheasants, with the exception of the 2 one-week controlled deer hunts that we have in the area. So the first full week of November, the first full week of December, we don't put pheasants out at that time just because of the numbers of hunters that are present. What was interesting this past year was that 86 different municipalities is where hunters came from to hunt in Norfolk County. That was an increase from 39 the first year. That's an extraordinary increase. That's good for tourism. And obviously it's great for the local economy because people traveling any distance, in fact, I guess the farthest one that we read was from Timmins, came down to Norfolk County. They spend money here, whether it's for gas, whether it's merchants, restaurants, accommodation. They contribute to the local economy as well when they come here. And quite frankly, a lot of people that I've talked to like what they see. They come here in the fall season and they come back in the summer. Maybe they like to do a little fishing out on the bay. Maybe we just like to tour the wineries and the restaurants in the areas that we have. So it brings people to Norfolk County. That's a good thing. There were a number of positive comments received by the club in support of the ongoing hunt. Even our own club itself received a number of new memberships over the course of the season. And the main reason for that increase was because of the pheasant hunt program that's here. Folks were very supportive of the collaborative effort between Norfolk County and the Long Point Area Fish and Game Club to maintain this. And we're looking forward to another good season. And on behalf of the club, I certainly want to thank this council for their support. I can take questions at this time.
Thank you for your presentation. Well done. And I absolutely love pheasant. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for all your hard work on this, taking it over. It's great news. Reading in the report that some retailers are looking to have a service fee. Can you comment on that situation?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm supposed to comment on the report since it's being tabled later, but in answer to your question, I'm not sure exactly how that was written or why it was written that way, because they've received a service fee or administrative fee since outside issuers have been used. So I'm guessing well over 20 years. There's always been an administrative fee attached to the cost of the license. That hasn't changed.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh. Councillor Van Passen, then Councillor Michelle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question or more of a comment, but It's nice to hear that you've kept the program alive. It's nice to hear that it's increasing, and it's nice to hear that there's no cost to the taxpayer to do it. So I just want to relay my thanks to the club for bringing or keeping this program going and bringing some new people down in Norfolk County. So thanks again.
Thanks, Chris. Like I mentioned, I mean, it's a collaborative effort. It is this county's bylaw that allows for this program to continue. And I appreciate the fact that the bylaw is approved and authorized by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, but it really is your program. It's your bylaw that allows us to keep going. Our club is just helping do some of the running around. We're just glad to be part of that.
Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jim, for your deputation. Most of what I was going to say has been covered by Councillor Van Passen. Just wanted to add that, and again, it's not a question, but prior to your group organizing all of this, I did receive occasional complaints of hunters trespassing on people's property, and I have not received a complaint in about 2.5 years, so that's very good. Thank you.
Yeah, we trespass. I was a conservation officer for 30 years here, and I dealt with a lot of trespassing private property. Has it improved? To a degree. Will it always be here? Likely. You're always going to have that faction of people who are going to try to sneak in somewhere, somehow. I see it myself in the spring turkey hunt. I get permission on particular farms to go hunt, and next thing you know, I've got somebody not far away from me calling birds or walking around, and so why are you going to do it? You're supposed to do anything. It exists. But fortunately, we have conservation officers, and we also have police that can deal with trespass.
Well, Jim, thank you very much. Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jim. You always bring good news and never asking for more money or anything, so that's always great. I guess I just have a question. I'm confused a little bit by the report that staff had written, and I just want you to clarify something for me. So if you just said, though, that the bylaw is what allows the program to continue. In many regions, there are no hunting licenses that are issued in such a way, correct? Is it the pheasant program? I know this is unique in Norfolk County. So when it talks in terms of the oversight responsibility from the county, I think you guys have been doing a great job the last couple of years. And I always think that hunters kind of in other circles can sometimes get a bad name, but I would say that you guys are some of the biggest sort of environmental or animal conservationists out there, because you need that in order for that to be able to continue. So in terms of that oversight component, if this was a privately run operation on private grounds, what would be the county's oversight over that? Or would you not be able to operate a pheasant program?
There are pheasant and other game bird farms throughout southern Ontario, and we did have some on left now. And again, provincially run, but provincially mandated by the requirement of station or license to operate. Ones that I'm aware of typically operate on private property. And there's acreage involved, and you have to have a certain amount of land available to them to release birds, and but they are licensed. Now I know in some places we have municipalities operating in Ontario that are selling licenses. They have no pheasant program. They don't release pheasants. They don't obviously manage rabbits. I don't think the municipality does. It's turned out to be nothing more than cash grab for those municipalities. And I have been in touch with senior M&R staff over those particular issues and what can be done with them. I think their approach right now is to speak to those particular municipalities and suggest to them that there's an opportunity to get out of that bylaw whether or not they would accept that or not, because let's face it, I mean, if you're getting free money from hunters, they don't have to do anything for them. Why would you walk away? But it's not fair. It's not fair to the hunters. It's not fair to other municipalities that are engaging in the pheasant program and taking the time and bother to look birds.
So, I mean, I know, I'm assuming you're satisfied and happy with the cooperation from the county over the last couple of years while we've tried this out to move the program under your direction. Is there any concerns moving forward with wherever this enhanced oversight from the municipality is leading to?
I don't think so. And I know what you're reading, and I know the requirements that the ministry is asking municipalities to follow in terms of maximum and minimum numbers of licensed sales, cost. I'm not sure. That has kind of been sloughed off to the side for a long number of years. And I got a phone call one day this winter from a senior M&R staff member who I know through another work that I'm involved in right now, asking a lot of pointed questions about our pheasant hunt. So I gave the names of a couple of your staff that they could speak to directly. So I spoke to this particular senior staff member was that the information is being still gathered and they haven't completely come to an idea of how they want to resolve some of these issues as yet. It's an ongoing process. It's going to take a little time. I guess I'm privileged to some information because I'm a commissioner with the Ontario Fish and Wildlife Heritage Commission. So I hear some things and I'm able to speak to some of the senior staff, but the municipal hunting license pheasant program is being looked at. Not in a manner that they suggest that there's problems and it's going to be shelved. It's just kind of a way to clear up some of the ambiguity that has been there over the last number of years.
All right. Very interesting, actually, Jim. With no further questions, I'd like to call upon anyone who would like to make a motion to receive this deputation as information. I can have a mover by Chris Van Passen and a seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Opposed? This is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Coming on to the last but not least, we have one more deputation, and that is Regan Bill on road safety. And good God, we need more road safety, that's for sure. And again, you as well will have 5 minutes for your presentation, and I'll waive, apologies, Councillor.
I would just like to allow her to continue and if we need a few extra minutes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Regan Bill. I am essentially here, though I'd rather not be. 4 weeks ago, my father, Chris Bill, was killed in a fatal collision June 14th at St. John's and Cockshut. With me today actually are my parents' good friends who were riding with them the day that this occurred. My mother, Kelly Bill, was significantly injured and is now wheelchair bound for who knows how long as a result, and would love to be here with me today, but she's not. Professionally, I'm also a police officer, so this is very, very near and dear to my heart on a regular basis, rather than just personally today. I do have a letter here as well that's been sent on behalf of my family and my mom's side of the family, as well as my dad, to the Ministry of Transportation, Honorable Doug Ford, the Premier, Traffic Injury Research Foundation, and the Hamilton Spectator. I'll just send that out amongst you when I'm finished here. Essentially, the main reason why I'm here today, and not only at St. John's and Cockshut, but these hot zones, these high fatal areas that we have in Norfolk County, Haldimand County, all over Ontario, need to have some physical changes. We can't change the way people drive, what they do when they're driving, if they're on their phone, what they're looking at, who they're talking to. We have so many distractions in our vehicles that we cannot change, we never will. But what we can change are the roadways. Whether that's rumble strips, roundabouts. Rumble strips seem to be the most adequate for an answer at this point. And we have them all over the place. We have them from Hagersville all the way to Jarvis, right in the middle of the road, the whole way. Not exactly sure why. Do we have a head-on collision every day? Do we have T-bones every day? I don't know why we have that. We have them all along the Hamilton Airport, all the way until you get to the Brantford turnoff or Hamilton. Why do we have them there? Why are we putting money into rumble strips in the middle of the road, on the sides of the roads, and what is the purpose? Cockshut Road in St. John's, we know is a problem. This has been a problem for years and years and years, and every family that's in this position asks this question. Why does it continue to happen? We can't change another driver blowing through a stop sign. We'll never change that. We can never, ever change attentiveness, but we can change these roads. A rumble strip in particular moves our vehicle in such a way that it alerts us that we've just run over something. So it now might also alert us that there's going to be a stop sign. This intersection, for example, is actually a very well engineered intersection. Other than that, these collisions keep happening, that we're blowing these stop signs. It's not that much of a hill, really no big decline. It's not a huge valley. The only reason it becomes a bit of a blind corner is if we're hitting it at 90 and the other person's hitting it at 90 and we're not stopping. That's the only reason it becomes a problem. As my parents' friends would know, that vehicle was not seen until it's too late and we're going too fast through a stop sign. A couple of weeks ago, with part of my job, I attended a traffic course at the Ontario Provincial Police College in conjunction with Mohawk College, all about engineering on roadways and all of these collisions that need major, major, major changes. A biggest question with our family and friends and everybody who's sort of in the mix of this now is funding. How do we pay for these things? How do we approach these companies? Where do we go to say, okay, we need to start cutting some lines in the pavement here? How do we do this? Is this going to take years and years and years to continue to put in place? Because we all know right now that if there was rumble strips, this probably wouldn't have been a fatal collision. And my mom's life probably would not be changed forever. In saying that, we can obviously look at everything down to the nitty gritty of how many people get called out to a collision like this. What does that cost? Tow truck drivers, coroners, surgeons, insurance companies that are now involved and will be involved in my life for probably the rest of my life and my mom's recovery. We can obviously exempt police officers, paramedics. We're getting paid regardless of what we're doing. However, we don't need all this extra funding going to these collisions if they're not happening. So I can guarantee you that we would see a very, very big decrease if we change these roads in the proper ways. I can entertain some questions here. I don't have anything else in particular that I'd like addressed other than funding. How are we delegating funds? How are we changing this? Have we identified the hot zones, the high fatal intersections? What are we doing moving forward? Are we just leaving it? This is something that we've now normalized. We laugh about it. Oh yeah, St. John's Cockshut, so bad. I can't believe there's another accident. Oh, that was bound to happen. We shouldn't be talking like that. We should not be normalizing this and talking in such a way that, oh, there was 5 collisions there since June 14. Oh, another person died. Oh, this, oh, that. Myself and my brothers were all under the age of 30 and we never get to see our dad again because it's something that's completely preventable. Thank you so much for listening to me. I really appreciate that.
Firstly, I would like to express our deepest sympathies to you and your family.
Thank you.
For what you're going through. And you make an excellent presentation. And engineering roadways is something that's very, very important. So I will open it up to the floor. I have Councillor Martin, first of all.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the deputation, I also would like to echo my colleagues' comments. Very sorry for your loss, yours, your mother's, your siblings. And I am very acutely aware that that is a difficult spot, as is the entire road. I can assure you that staff are prepared, I believe, to speak kind of candidly today about some short-term and long-term options, but it is definitely on the radar moving forward. I have no questions for you. Just thank you for your advocacy, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair, through you. My deepest condolences to you and to your brothers. You look so much like your mom. I do want to let you know that I received a lot of correspondence from people, in particular after your parents' accident, and rumble strips was one of the biggest things that was mentioned. I had sent an email to our staff regarding that. I wanted all of the stop bars repainted and looking at rumble strips and things like that. So I'm looking forward to our staff discussion today. And enough is enough. And if this needs to be dealt with, and I hope that no other families have to go through what your family's going through.
I can just counter to that, is there anything else as a family that we can be doing? Friends, family, is there any other ways that you would all maybe know of that we can help push things, speed things? How can we make this happen in a fast fashion, if that makes sense?
Your advocacy alone is something that will move this forward. This is a dramatic situation, and I think that in and of itself is something that pushes things forward. I thank you so much, Megan. Yes, we have another question by Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. But you brought something to mind. You talked about normalizing that. How do you, how to phrase this? I've noticed the pattern over the many years that the vast majority of accidents and deaths on that intersection, as well as the St. John's and Blue Line, they are local people who drive the road every day or twice a day, or 4 times a day. So it's not like it's a surprise that that's a stoplight sign, because it doesn't change in the middle of the day. That how do we, does the rumble strips and things help with that, or they just get accustomed to that as well? Or is there other techniques that you've learned through your other jobs?
I think the reason rumble strips are so much of a positive answer is because it's physically doing something to your vehicle, right? It's actually alerting you of what's going on. Maybe roundabouts in certain intersections, if it makes sense, has to be realistic to the infrastructure of the area geographically. The reason I say normalize is because it just happens so often that we aren't surprised anymore when this happens. It's like we're expecting people to blow stop signs and to speed and to do all these things, when that's the point of a rumble strip, is for speed, for alertness. It doesn't just show someone that there's a stop sign. It's doing many, many different things. If I'm sitting on my phone, we're all guilty of it, and I hit a rumble strip, I'm kind of like, oh, what's going on here? I actually know what's going on.
I will add that, like, for a lot of years, I lived on the corner of Radical Road, 24 Highway, had rumble strips on the Radical, stone wall at the end of it on 24. And about twice a year, somebody would take out that stone wall, and usually they were people that drove the road every day. So is there more, is this a bigger picture thing?
It probably is a bigger
people
picture.
to drive like they have some common sense and some brains.
But again,
everything else.
like I said, unfortunately, in the year 2022, and a big thing is the Ministry of Transportation, especially through COVID-19, we have not been on top of licensing, drive tests. We have not been on top of any of that. People that shouldn't have been driving in 2019 still haven't done a test. We're all getting behind the wheel when we shouldn't be. That's a huge, huge part of this. Licensing, written tests, that all has to be revised. There's people who know they should not be getting behind a wheel. That's a huge, huge problem. Huge stats are in people who should not be driving in the first place, and now innocent people who lose their life over it. Rumble strips are only an answer at this point because there's nothing else you can do to that intersection unless you want to rip the whole thing apart and put a roundabout in it. It's the only thing right now is rumble strips. You do it at 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. You have 3 opportunities to become better. That's what should be happening. It's a start. If there's nothing else we can do, then it's strictly driving behavior, which will never change. There's too many distractions. If we're going to keep social media going the way it's going and allow people to have so much, obsession on their phone, we don't change any of that. That part will never change. There's going to be tragedy regardless. But I know 100% if someone hit that rumble strip and slowed down, my dad would not have been hit on a motorcycle that day. I can tell you that much. Thank you.
Reagan, you have a handout, and I think Julie's going to take that now. If there's no further questions, I'd like to get a motion to receive the deputation as information. Oh, you have a question, Your Worship? Okay. A motion moved by Your Worship, Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very, very much. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with our CAO, and I believe that potentially him, if not someone else, is able to speak to some of the discussions that staff have been having at this particular location.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to our general managers. Over the last few weeks, our staff have certainly been taking this as a #1 priority in terms of looking at options to try to improve safety at various intersections, including the one in question. And I'm going to defer to both Bill and Andrew, and they'll be able to provide council with an update.
Thank you. Bill, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to first of all thank the deputation. That was a very, professional deputation and done under a lot of pressure, I'm sure, for her. I also appreciate the honesty that, from a true engineering aspect, the intersection is pretty good. However, when these happen, staff, do look at these intersections, and there's a lot of good points brought up about probably people not paying attention, distraction, social media. So at times it is very hard to eliminate these things in a roadway, but when they do happen, we do look at them. We have the roadside safety committee, which involves operations staff, myself, and roads director Devin Hunter. Also, GM of EIS through the engineering side and director of engineering and OPP are on there. So we discussed this meeting yesterday at our quarterly meeting, and we came up with the following short-term solutions, which I'm hoping council will find appropriate, as well as the deputation. And we're thinking we would love to treat this will treat this intersections the same way as the Blue Line and in St. John's. Rumble strips are in our plans to install. We'd like to stick a double stop sign at each intersection, flashing solar powered light on top of the primary stop sign, and then go further out on the intersection on St. John's and put a yellow intersection flashing sign to let people know coming to that intersection to be aware that there is an intersection. So also review the locations of the stop bars. So all of these items can be done very quickly and very reasonably priced. We estimate probably about $15,000 to upgrade this intersection. So that would be step one right away. And then step two would be to look at St. John's Road from basically we can go as far as Highway 24 and over to 6 and just get an outside eyes from a traffic consultant on what may be the issues. Obviously St. John's is a big open road with good, fairly good pavement and open sight lines. And, our people, is speeding a concern? Are they going too fast? Do they not notice the intersections? And then that would be the secondary approach to see if there's anything staff are missing. But the intermediate stuff or the primary stuff are fairly quick to put into place. And I'm thinking probably could be up depending on where the flashers and things are. Here with COVID, there's still some supply demand with a few things, but we could probably get them up within 4 or 5 weeks and go from there. So that's about all I have from an operations side and kind of updating from the roadside safety committee. And I will turn the floor over to Andrew Grace, manager or general manager of EIS, if he wants to add anything that I may have forgotten or not failed to mention, I guess.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, Bill. And through the chair, I also would like to send my condolences to the family. It's certainly a very courageous deputation. I know it's very difficult to come forward and do that. So we do appreciate that information coming forward. Bill is right in terms of immediate actions. Absolutely, we will move on that. And that does not have to be linear. So yes, we may have some delays in ordering pieces of equipment, but if we can get out there and install rumble strips quickly, we'll do that right away. And we'll see that intersection come to life over the next 4 to 6 weeks. On top of that, I think Bill alluded to more long-term plans, and really, we do need to bring somebody in to look at this. It's, we don't want to make any changes to an intersection that could have unintended consequences elsewhere. So we do understand this is important, and we want to look at all of Cockshut, St. John's areas, as well as many other areas within our county. But it is important that we do so more holistically. So that is something that we are looking to do a small assignment for, and we'll bring some recommendations forward as part of future budget deliberations.
Thank you. I appreciate you both for your statements. I'll go over to Mayor Chop. She has a question.
2 questions, I guess. In terms of the expediency of this, Andrew, and I guess maybe this is over to our CAO, of this particular intersection, with the cost estimate that you have for the rumble strips and the lights, would it be prudent just to pass a motion for an amount up to, you said 15,000. So if we approve 20 or 25 today, then that way you guys didn't have to come back to a future council meeting since we go into recess for the month of August? So that's my first question.
Through the chair, I believe we have money within our annual budget for these types of initiatives, but I certainly can let Bill speak to that. It may be advantageous to, if we think there may be more that should be done, to put a little bit of a buffer in there. But I think the small cost can be absorbed into our annual operating budget. But certainly Bill can elaborate on if he feels the need to.
Bill, can I go to the CAO first, to Al? He indicated he had something.
Definitely, Chair. Go ahead.
No, through you, Madam Chair, I was just going to respond to the mayor's question, and I was actually going to mirror exactly what Andrew had said. So I would agree with Andrew's response. If Bill feels we can fit it in within our existing operating budget, we certainly can, and we will attempt to do so. But Bill can answer whether he's got the funds available.
Yeah, thank you, Al. Through the chair to County Council. To answer the mayor's question, I think just having council on side to go ahead and do it is all staff needs. I mean, we're into July. We're just partway through the year. Things like this come up, but I feel fairly confident we have enough to put what we talked about into this intersection, and to have council's nod of approval. I think is all staff needs. We'll move ahead, and we have enough budget for this particular intersection.
Okay, if I can ask another question then, Madam Chair. What specifically is the line item for this funding in the budget? This is for road safety? Where would this be drawn from? I have a bigger point that I'm going to get to in a second, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't have my budgets in front of me, but I would if it's coming out of the ops budget and engineering budget, we would probably work together on this, and we have example, a line painting budget in road. So if we needed to remove a stop sign or a stop bar or remove that, we would just charge that work to there. We also have a sign budget, and the other additional stop signs could come from there. In roads, I don't particularly have a rumble strip budget, but we do have a crack sealing budget, and the crack sealing budget is where you route out the cracks, fill with tar. So we could have that contractor route out the rumble strip. So as far as the road ops, it would be a multitude of line items that we would touch with to make this work.
I could keep going with one more. So I think that Regan's deputation was more than about just the Cockshut intersection. It was about road safety in general and other locations that we have in Norfolk County. And when I look at new budget initiatives that often come forward from staff, and we're looking for a return on investment, if you will, justification, I think the point that she makes about, simply the call outs from paramedics and fire and ambulance and everything else, it's very easy to justify those simple costs like lights, like rumble strips at particularly risky intersections. But more than that, I see the new stop sign on Radical Road. And I just drove down it the other day and I saw some social media posts about it and how people said, oh, I ran the stop sign on Radical Road. I didn't know it was there. And I even, even though it was this council that approved it, I even had to do a double take at that intersection as I came upon it for the first time. And I would say it's a pretty rare thing that I've seen a new stop sign go in, and I've seen them in my life, but I've almost always seen a sign that says, hey, new stop sign ahead, or a flashing light that sits on the brand new stop sign for at least a couple months until, as Councillor Van Passen pointed out, a lot of these are local drivers that are doing the same thing every single day. And it's those same drivers that are driving down Radical Road that aren't looking for a stop sign. So I think when there's little things, that are so simple, especially now with lights that they can be solar powered and they don't have to be wired in, to me, I think that we have to look, if we're going to make changes like adding stop signs, that should be a consideration there as well. And if we have a budget for these items at Cockshut Road, and there's a justification, really a strong return on investment, we should be doing this at other locations as well until our local drivers get accustomed to these new changes. I'm just kind of curious, I guess the question then to staff is, or to Andrew, with putting a brand new stop sign in on a road that is traveled by the same people, for the last however many years living in Norfolk County, and we throw up a brand new stop sign with no warning. I don't know, that does seem a bit off to me.
Through the chair, certainly we should have warnings, whether it be on the stop sign itself with kind of the zebra crossing that goes below the sign to alert it to somebody new, or sorry, that it's new, or up front so that people are aware of a new stop sign. So that's something I will take away and review with our team and Bill's team, but that is really standard practice to make sure people are aware of any changes that we're making to our traffic infrastructure. On your other question about, intersections in general, certainly we would like to look at this as the deputation brought forward. This is something we don't want to be reactive to. We don't want to be looking after an event and going backwards. When I said we had funds available, that was for this particular intersection, but if we did want to do a study more broadly, certainly that's not something that we do have the budget for currently. It could be part of a future budget request, or as you suggested, if we wanted to do something more immediate, certainly we would entertain some additional funds now to initiate such a program.
I think, sorry, one more, Madam Chair. I guess, Andrew, I think, yes, there's other intersections. We do need to take a bigger look at this. In the immediate, we know we want to address the Cockshut intersection, but also, like you just said, I think that changes to traffic infrastructure at any point in time should just be a given, even if it's on a short-term basis until people, adapt to that new reality. So, I hope for the Radical Road intersection, that's something that we're also going to get on in relatively short order here, just until such point in time that, we think that people have got the hang of things.
Through the chair, absolutely. I'll talk to Mike once we're done here, and we'll certainly move on that.
Yes, questions by Councillor Martin and Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, but while the opportunity is here, Mr. Grice, you spoke about taking a holistic view. Certainly don't want to dilute this particular intersection that we are looking at, but as staff continues down that road, some of the discussions that have happened with the former GM of Public Works at the time, we're also giving, additional care and consideration to painting lines where the Lynn Valley Trail crosses St. John's. So we spend a lot of time talking about St. John's and Blue Line, but that's another high traffic area as well. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to mention that to you today.
Through the chair, and thank you for that. I'm still learning the ins and outs of some of our infrastructure, but when we're talking about traffic control, it's not purely at intersections. It would be signage and markings anywhere where there's potential for crossings to ensure public safety.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I see rumble strips as a very effective, low cost, quick fix. But in the past, there's been petitions for rumble strips in certain intersections, like the Harmony Road and the Nixon Road, and others where there's been several accidents. Some the Chicken Point Road and the County Road 24, bad intersection. And there's been petitions, but because there's residences within 300 meters of where the rumble strips are and where the stop sign is, there's sometimes the residents that own those homes, they don't like the noise that comes off the rumble strips. And so those rumble strips have never gone in. This is what's happened in past years. So I'd like to have Mr. Cridlin comment on that, because that's kind of been a concern that's been raised, because, people have a residence close by, they like to sleep at night, and you can hear that, especially when transport trucks go over. I'd like to hear a comment as to how they're going to accommodate that issue.
Through the chair, that's a great question, Councillor Columbus. I know over our past experience we've dealt with that. I think my best way I can answer is probably they're definitely part of this will be going to staff. Will have to knock on some local doors, let the residents know what are there. I know there is a spec for rumble strips, and when you pave a road section, there is a plate basically you lay down, and there's a degree of roughness to the rumble strip. And I believe over the years, we have been able to install rumble strips that are a little softer, I guess is the term. They're not as loud. They still make the driver, as the deputation said, you feel the shake in their car. You're well aware. We can play a little bit with the spacing, but not too much. So I think the only thing we have is just talking or communicating with those residents that are close. I know looking at that intersection, there was one individual that is very close. I think on the other side, it's not too bad, but we would take that in consideration to have, I'm not the proper terminology, I apologize, but have as soft as rumble strip as we can going forward in that location, so we don't run into that. And then I guess it just becomes a bit of a, you know, what is worse, a loud noise for some of the neighbors or a safe intersection. But we will work with the residents and do our best to have a rumble strip that is not by any means very destructive to their living in their place.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Seeing no more discussion, I would like to express again my appreciation for you coming out. You've raised good discussion on safety, and take note that speed is an issue. Many of our small communities, people are not being attentive of the speed limits. And unfortunately, I've been hearing that in the small community of Lyndoch, and it causes danger. So I appreciate so much, and all of council does, that you bring this up and we have a fair discussion on this. Thank you so much. Thank you. With that, I'd like to get a motion. Thank you, Councillor Huffman, to receive this as information, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Would it be fair to take a short break, maybe a 5-minute break, if that's okay? 5 minutes, maybe around 3-ish, if we could come back. Thank you very much. But I'm not on the microphone here. Okay, we are live and we're going to move down. There are no presentations today. We'll move to number 7, which is communications. We have 7 communication items listed on the agenda today. Councillor Van Pasten would like to pull the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program from the information package for further discussion, and we will consider under this section. I also understand that Councillor Michele would like to pull item 7.4 in reference to information memo property acquisition update of Long Point parcels for further discussion. Does any other committee member wish to pull any other items for further discussion? Seeing not, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the communication items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.4 to 7.6 as information? Moved by Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Michele, would you like to speak to your following your communication item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief question for staff, if they can. We have acquired all of these lots in Long Point, and I'm just first, I guess I would like to ask staff, now that we are the owners of these parcels, what kind of options will we have going forward?
Who am I looking for in staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Michele. Lydia Harrison is on the call today, and certainly she can speak to the transaction, but if council so wishes, they can direct a report back for options to consider.
Thank you, Shelley, and through the chair to council. These parcels that we have acquired are varying in difference, that is for certain. For example, parcel 3 that is outlined in the memo is a part of a street which is part of Boathouse Lane. And so it would remain in its current status as it is providing a connecting link between a couple of streets adjacent to the channels. There are 2 beach parcels that are in front of cottages that front on Erie Boulevard. And those parcels basically extend from Poplar Street west to west of where the causeway comes into Long Point. And then there are 3 parcels that are on Hastings Drive. They're a little bit unique in that they were proposed to be streets. And years ago, when the plan was registered on title, the subdivision plan, it did set them out as lots. However, it identified them and dedicated them as public highways. However, a subsequent transfer to the municipality of the day did not happen. So these 3 properties are in effect by the plan dedicated as streets. So there would be limited, I think, changes in their use in time. I think they would stay as they are today.
Thank you, Lydia. And Madam Chair, if I can just ask Lydia. Lydia, and I don't expect a specific answer right now, but would you be able to speculate on the beach lots as to whether or not they would one day be able to perhaps be accessible to the public?
Yes, actually, through the chair to council, they are accessible to the public. Both parcels have, I would say, a walkway, and that walkway fronts on Erie Boulevard. And so I'm looking at them right now in GIS, and I do see that there is considerable wear on the walkway. So I expect that they are being used as a public access to those beach parcels.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Therefore, any further questions to this particular one? If not, I'd ask for a motion. Am I correct in saying that? I need a motion.
Through the chair, yes, just to receive for information.
Thank you very much. To receive it as information, Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on, that would be to Councillor Van Passen. Would you like to speak to your item, which is the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There was some correspondence in our information package. It was item 2.3 in the package from the municipality of Tweed. It was a letter to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs regarding the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program. That is the program that if the wild coyotes kill your sheep, the farmer can get reimbursed. We have livestock reviewers that go out and check for that damage, and we get reimbursed from the province for that expense. And currently the province reimburses the municipality $30 per visit. They're going to up that to $50 a visit, but the municipality of Tweed disagrees with that amount, thinks it's a lot more than that, and would like the province to review their increase and get it to something more realistic. And I would like to send a letter of support on the letter that the municipality of Tweed had sent. And I did talk to the clerk whether she's got something prepared for that.
Yes, I think she has. If you'd like to read it.
Through the chair, that council send a letter of support to the municipality of Tweed as they advocate for the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs to review the administration fee provided to municipalities for the administration of the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program.
Councillor Van Passen, your thoughts?
Yes, I would just ask, do we also send copies to AMO and to the ministry and the minister? And I would move that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor, your worship, Mayor Chop. All those in favor? Question first.
Okay, that is the Minister of Agriculture and Food. And I'm wondering if we should not include our MPP to lobby for this also. And also, I think a lot of work that's carried out is not done by the ministers. It's done by the deputy minister and his staff. So I would think that the deputy minister, who spent some time working on the Simple Research Station, I can't think of the name right now, but I think it should be addressed to him as well, and he can better move it through the system.
I think you're absolutely correct.
I thank Councillor Coleman for that sage advice. That's what experience brings.
His name is John Kelly.
We all have had some experience with deputy ministers. Right, I have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for bringing that up. Next, we are moving on to staff reports. 8.1 is Health and Social Services Division. 8.1.1 Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, COCHI, and the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, OPHI, funding application of 2022-2023 HSS-22-027. With that, I ask Heidi Van Dyke, General Manager of Human and Social Services. Will you please introduce this report? Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to members of committee, and I would also note that Acting Director of Social Services and Housing, Stephanie Rice, is on the line to assist with any questions that might come up, but I will be presenting the report today. The purpose of this report is to advise Council of our affordable housing funding for the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, or what we call the COCHI, and the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, or what we call the OFI. This is the 100% provincial funding program that funds our affordable housing programs within the Social Services and Housing Department. The COCHI funding is meant to provide ongoing support to our community housing providers. So those are our not-for-profit housing providers, including the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, that provide social or rent geared to income housing in the communities of Haldeman and Norfolk. For this year, we are suggesting to Council that that funding be used to support our housing providers in doing capital repairs in their housing, and that we would divide that money up based on the percentage of housing that they own and operate within our stock. So for example, if a provider owns and operates 10% of the total housing, they would get 10% of the total envelope. And Ms. Rice has communicated with our housing providers, and all of the providers have projects that could be funded under this funding envelope. The next envelope, the OFI funding, is where we fund our various affordable housing programs to support community members who are generally not living in our traditional social housing programs. So we have our Ontario Renovates program, our housing allowance and rent supplement programs, which provide support to low-income homeowners to stay in their homes, particularly senior citizens who want to age in place, and individuals who are living in market rent housing that they cannot afford. I do want to note for Council that we do have a component of this program that can be used for capital. And we have allocated $250,000 in the rental housing stream for the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. We originally investigated whether or not that could go towards their new build that is planned in partnership with Haldeman County for the community of Dunnville. However, we've got very short timelines for construction start as per the provincial funding guidelines. So the Housing Corporation has instead asked for that funding to be used to move forward 2 of the capital projects that are in their strategic asset management plan, and staff are supporting that request. So this report outlines the different funding pots, and the department would also retain the allowed administration funding, which helps to offset our staffing costs to administer the programs, which includes all of the ministry reporting, all of the anyone who receives funding through this program. We have to do funding agreements with them, and we have to monitor them every year. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dyke. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Heidi. Heidi, I'm just asking about the amount that is funded for the housing allowances for those tenants who are living in private residences, and they have to have an additional amount that they have to pay the landlord because it's not enough that's covered by the original amount. So I'm just curious because if I understand from the report, the tenants are given that money directly to pay that landlord on their home. Do we have any kind of just general idea of the delinquency rate on that? It's how many times do people who are given that, I guess, cash is what we're talking about, not follow through with giving it to
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Michele. As the report notes, there are 2 different types of housing rent assistance programs. One that deals directly with the landlord and it's tied to a unit. The other, the program that is being referenced by the councillor, is the housing allowance program, where the funds are paid to the tenant. Ms. Rice can certainly correct me if I'm incorrect, but I am not aware that there is a significant delinquency. We do, as part of that application process, we need to know where the tenant is living. So the address, the landlord's name, how much their rent is, and we do monitor compliance. And so if someone was not compliant and did not pay their rent, then they would be withdrawn from the program. The the real benefit to the housing allowance program is that it is portable. So if someone needs to move from their residence, it allows them to continue to be able to afford market rent in another unit. So our staff do, part of the administration of the program is to do a needs assessment with the applicant, to do an application with the applicant, and to monitor the program and the participation in the program to ensure that the funds are being used appropriately. And certainly from my perspective in we've been running some iteration of the housing allowance program since I've been with the department for over 9 years, and I'm not aware of significant issues with compliance.
That sounds good, Heidi. Thank you very much.
Sir Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 3 or more housing programs here that's been mentioned in the report. And can you estimate how many families you feel will benefit from this extra Ontario government cash?
So Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus, our total social housing, we have 826 units of rent geared to income housing across Haldimand and Norfolk. So in terms of the COCHI and the OFI funding that is going to the Housing Corporation, that helps to support the ongoing maintenance of a portion of those units. The Ontario Renovates funding, with the allocation that is in there, the average forgivable loan is up to $10,000 per household. So on average, we support 15, depending on the amount that each homeowner needs, anywhere between 15 or 20 low-income homeowners every year to stay in their homes. And like I said, primarily for accessibility and to age in place. And then with our rent supplement programs and our housing allowance programs, those numbers vary, but we can have anywhere up to 25 to 30 individuals and families on those programs at any one time. And that depends on how much of a rent supplement or a housing allowance they need. So the numbers vary in order for us to remain within the funding envelope.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I'll ask for a motion, wish to move staff recommendation or propose an alternative. Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Heidi, we're sticking with you. 8.1.2 Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation's Regeneration Master Plan Disposal of Property Request HSS-22-028. If you'd like to introduce this, Heidi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to committee, I will be presenting this report this afternoon as well. This report is coming to you as the Consolidated Municipal Services Manager for social housing in Haldimand and Norfolk. It is a request that started with the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation, has now been approved by Haldimand County as the shareholder of these properties, with a recommendation to come to Norfolk Council as the municipal service manager to give service manager consent. So council will recall that as we have been rolling out the regeneration master plan and the strategic asset management plan with the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation, that there are a number of properties through that process in both counties that have been identified as being appropriate for leveraging or disposal, sale, in other words, in order to generate funds for repair and maintenance and for new affordable housing. So this report today is specifically dealing with those properties that are located in Haldimand County. and the plan is attached to the staff report. It is a plan that would take place over the next few years in accordance with the criteria that have been identified by the Housing Corporation and approved by Haldeman County as the shareholder. And it includes things like the units must be vacant, they have to be in a certain state of needing repairs, in order that the assessment is that the most appropriate way to move forward with them would be to sell them. And again, any funds generated would be put in a dedicated reserve for use in Haldeman County. As was noted in the update report, information memo that came to this council a couple of weeks ago, Norfolk staff and myself are working with the Housing Corporation on the Norfolk plan, and that will be coming to you, we anticipate, in the fall. So again, this report has been approved by the board at the Housing Corporation and approved by Haldeman, that's the shareholder, and it's now before you to give service manager consent. Once service manager consent is given, if it is given, then I will then communicate that with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and then the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation will be able to move forward with the sale of assets. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. Are there any questions of Heidi? If not, does anyone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Staff recommendation moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. Any debate? None? Forgot to ask that last time. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We're on to 8.2, which is the Community Development Division. There are none. We'll move on to 8.3, which is Environment and Infrastructure Service Division. 8.3.1, replacement boiler at the Port Dover Wastewater Treatment Plant, budget amendment EIS-22-043. Mr. Grice, General Manager of Environmental Infrastructure Services, will introduce this report. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you. And through the chair, as you mentioned, this report in front of you relates to a budget amendment for additional work that was identified at the Port Dover Wastewater Treatment Plant. The Port Dover project right now is in design, and it includes upgrades at various stages of treatment. We're currently looking to pre-qualify contractors this fall, with construction starting in 2023. And although it was not included in the scope of work, the reason we're here for you today is with staff and consultant doing a walkabout of the facility, it was identified that the boiler needed to be replaced. It has been repaired numerous times and it's beyond its useful life. As this was not included in the original scope of work and being a critical piece of infrastructure for this plant, we are recommending that we amend the budget by the $400,000 to include this as part of the project, bringing that total project up to about $17.5 million. Working with the finance staff, it is recommended that this cost come from the Community Building Fund, which was formerly the Gas Tax Reserve. And certainly myself or Larry are here to answer any questions that you may have about the actual report.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, does anyone wish? Okay. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Van Passen. I see no debate. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to 8.3. Where am I? Point 2. I want to do that first. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to 8.3.2, information memo, annual drinking water quality management standard update. Again, to you, Mr. Grice, General Manager of Environmental and Infrastructure Services. You have the floor.
Perfect, thank you. And through the chair, this report provides an update to council on the drinking water quality management system, or normally called their DWQMS. And since I've been here at the county for the last couple of months, we certainly spend a lot of time talking about the very exciting interurban water supply project. But it's important that we don't lose sight of our existing drinking water systems and the service that they provide to our community. Unfortunately, it was 22 years ago now that the tragic events in Walkerton led to the development of the Safe Drinking Water Act and the very rigorous standards that we must adhere to when treating and distributing drinking water within a municipality. You're likely aware that the mayor and council act as the owner of the drinking water system, while it is staff that act as the operating authority. And we must yearly present you an update with the performance of our system to ensure there's transparency into our overall operation. This report aligns the elements of the standard in our operational plan. It looks at our performance, infrastructure reviews, audits, our preparedness, just to name a few. And I was not here when the most recent top management review was conducted, but I have taken a look at the meeting minutes, the reports, and talked to our staff, and nothing stands out to me as a major red flag. And I think that's really a testament to the hard work of all of the staff on the drinking water team. The standards are very stringent, and to operate a system like this with very few incidents is something that we should be proud of. I do acknowledge that updates of this nature are really backwards looking. It's something that I want to work on with our team coming forward to provide some more timely information earlier in the year, and also some forward looking information as to what we're going to be doing in the upcoming years. But with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you. My question pertains to the action items, and specifically it's about QMS maintenance and the need to fill current vacancies. How many vacancies do we have within our water team, and do we have a full complement of overall responsible operators as well?
So through the chair, just like any industry right now, we are struggling to recruit and retain talent. We do have one vacancy within our compliance team. Unfortunately, we were very optimistic and had made an offer to what I would deem as a very exciting candidate. They had an offer somewhere else that was more attractive to them, and they have since taken that. So we are now back out looking for an additional candidate to round out our compliance-oriented team. And then on the more operational front, certainly we are just seeing the general turnover and retirement. So there is kind of an active pursuit of retaining staff in that nature, but something that our staff are working very hard on to ensure that we get the right people here to operate our system.
Councillor, are you satisfied? Councillor Thomas, then Councillor Michelle.
Madam Chair, Andrew mentions here on page 148 of the agenda package, the operational performance of Delhi. That filter plant has now been decommissioned, it says. And can you share with us what's going to be the future of that facility that's sitting there? I guess it's not currently used at all.
So through the chair, I'm going to have to lean on Larry for that one. I know it was something that him and the team were discussing, and I know that was mentioned to me, but I can't recall the long-term plans. But Larry is with us here today and can provide an update on that.
Is he here, Larry?
Larry, you're on mute.
We're still having some technical difficulty, Larry.
You're still on mute, Larry. You have to unmute. There we go. Larry, sorry, your volume's not coming through.
Through the chair, I apologize. We're having some technical difficulties. It's just certainly something I can talk to Larry, and we can provide an email update to yourself, Councillor, and to the rest of Council if this is something that would help expedite the process, unless Larry's got his communication figured out on his end.
Right, that'd be suffice if we can get just an information note through the internet or email would work.
Right, that would be appreciated if Larry can't get through.
I have been asked about what the future of that building is, whether we're putting it up for sale or not. And the other question I have, Andrew, is the Bloomsburg well. When do you anticipate that will come on stream to supply Simcoe?
Through the chair, I think that's another one, given Larry's challenges here, that we can provide as part of the update, is give you the update on the Delhi decommissioning as well as the Bloomsburg facility, and we'll send that out very shortly. I know he has those answered at his fingertips, so he's probably working on that in the electronic format in the background, and we'll send that out very shortly.
That's great, thank you.
Councillor Michelle, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Andrew, and Andrew, perhaps this will also be something to refer to to Larry about, but also from the operational performance section. It indicates that staff have been experiencing capacity issues in Port Rowan. Would you be able to just maybe provide some examples of what those issues are?
Through the chair, our Port Rowan system, we do experience some capacity challenges. And one of the things that we're looking at, and you'll see as part of our plans for 2023, is looking at our leak detection program. One of the challenges we do have within our Port Rowan system is there is a high level of non-revenue water or lost water from our system. So really important from an operational perspective, we button those leaks up so we have a better handle on our system. Certainly better from an environmental perspective, but also helps alleviate any pressures we have within our capacity. So it is something that is on our radar, and a plan is in place to address that as part of the 2023 program.
Thank you, Andrew. And Madam Chair, one more, Andrew. So the new zebra mussel line, is it working the way it's expected to?
Through the chair, I do believe it is functioning. Zebra mussel control is always an ongoing battle, so it does require constant tweaking and adjusting. But from what I've heard from our staff, it is functioning very well, but it is something we are keeping our eye on. Zebra mussels can very quickly impact your water intake and can certainly also lead to capacity and water quality challenges. So it is functioning right now, but it is something that is part of ongoing annual inspections to ensure that it is working, and certainly so we can provide clean, safe drinking water to our residents.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Well, thank you. Any further questions? If not, does anyone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? It is moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Michele. We have a motion on the floor. No debate. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you very much. Moving right along now to 8.3.3. 22-034, always stop Evergreen Hill Road and Oak Street, Simcoe. This was pulled by Councillor Taylor, if you wish to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I just would like to make staff aware that over the weekend I did receive a complaint about the intersection just down the street from this one, Evergreen Hill and Elm, and figured this would be a good opportunity to let you guys know. Just as we do have ongoing construction there, and there's going to be another residential building put in, there'll be more parking on the road, which is causing some sightline issues towards that intersection. So just to keep on the radar, and if you could just let them know I'd bring it up. So, and with that, I'd be happy to move staff's recommendation if there's, unless there's a response from staff there.
No, thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate you bringing that forward. As you mentioned, if there's already work ongoing there, it's best to take advantage of an activity while it's already there, less disturbance to our residents. So I'll have our team take a look at that and evaluate it to see if it meets the needs, and if so, we can try and act on that while there is ongoing activity in the area.
Thank you. With that, I'll be happy to move staff's recommendation.
Thank you. So we have a mover. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rabbits. Question? Councillor Van Passen?
Well, just one more comment while we're looking at it. When you come in off Evergreen from the direction of Hillcrest, the 70-kilometer zone drops down to a 50 with a warning sign that the S-bend, they recommend you do 30. Then you go through an intersection, it drops to 40 in front of the school. I wonder if they might look at pushing out that 40-kilometer stop or speed limit at the same time as help with the traffic flow in front of the school with the four-way stops and all that. So again, since they're doing it, maybe they should look at the big picture and see if they could make some adjustments there as well.
Yes, I do agree. Along that road, we have to change our speed quite a bit. Yes, Sir Columbus.
And to add to that, if they're monitoring that, the situation, right now the Catholic school is not in, so it'd be best to do it when students are in class, so that get the maximum out of it.
I probably agree with you. Since there's been quite a bit added to it, does the motion have to change, or can we put this under the same recommendation?
Through the chair. So the motion on the floor would be the staff recommendation. That was the item that was on the agenda. If council wants to amend the motion to add additional pieces for staff consideration, or for staff to bring back another report or something, then that would be
Your worship?
I think there's confusion here in terms of a traffic study and so on. Staff is looking for the approval to go and install the four-way stop sign. So it'd probably be prudent to do it while the students are not in school so that they're safe come September. Oh, for the additional one is what you're getting at?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's another, looking at the speed limits.
Well, the
So-
speed limit is a different scenario. That's outside the scope of that original.
I agree, but Councillor Taylor raised the issue of another intersection at Evergreen.
Okay, but that's not the motion that we're debating.
Right.
So that would have to be moved as a separate motion.
Okay, I do agree. Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we can put forth the motion as the staff report. Councillor Taylor has made a request. There is a process in place. Staff will take that, put it into that process and review it at their on their regular thing. They generally bring quarterly updates on requests for changing stop signs. And the same with the speed limit, that staff will do that, put it on the list of things that they're reviewing. They'll talk to the traffic committee and they will bring back a quarterly or semi-annual report just through that process. It's just to make them aware of it. I don't think you need to link them all together.
Can we just
Your
deal
worship.
with a motion that's on the floor from the staff report? And then if there's a subsequent motion for an additional intersection, then we handle it that way.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor. It is the all-way stop on Evergreen Hill and Oak Street. I have a mover and a seconder. Any further debate? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. With the other then, does anyone wish to make it a motion to direct staff to review or?
I believe Andrew said that it'd be under advisement that it do the investigation, so I'm happy leaving it as direction.
Thank you. So Councillor Van Passen, are you in agreement? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving right along, 8.4.1, report of OPS-22-039 Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project Update. The staff is due to new information being presented related to this previously decided matter. Should council wish to consider the staff recommendation? I don't think we need this because we do need it? Oh, okay. I thought it was mute because they are paying for it. So am I wrong in saying that? Okay. All right. Should council wish to consider the staff recommendation on this report or to amend their April 12th, 2022 decision, reconsideration will be required. And I'll move over to you, Teresa, if you want any further explanation on this one.
So through the chair, this matter was decided on April 12th. The staff report that came forward today is providing new information to council related to this matter. Should council wish to, the clerk's advice would be to let staff provide the information. Should council wish to reconsider the matter based on the new information, the reconsideration vote would have to be brought forward by someone who voted in the majority of the matter, and a 2/3 majority vote would be required to reconsider it.
Councillor Columbus?
Madam Chair, I've done a lot of thinking on this one on both sides of the issue, and I really do think that we need a legal opinion on the situation here. So I don't know where that puts us, because we've had some threats with respect to taking it further legally through the advisory, or I forget what the AODA.
Your worship, you have a statement?
Well, I think one of the things in here that needs to happen as well is that I understand that they want to move forward because of the timelines to get it done, but it's my understanding that it's staff's desire to send this back to the accessibility committee, which I think is the prudent decision to make. At the same time, we could make a couple of amendments to the motion, one which would be just to provide a legal memo to council and potentially the accessibility committee. And then the third thing that I think that maybe should be in there I'm just starting to get somewhat concerned as to, you know, how many miles of trails we have, you know, what those replacement costs look like down the road. And so if we could just get some sort of, I guess, you know, assessment as we're looking at our capital asset management plan of what that looks like in the future, of how many miles of trails we're looking at that we have paved currently and what those replacement costs are going to look like down the road if we don't have future funding to be able to help address that.
Councillor Van Passen, we do have staff to make a report, but I think we'll go through this further discussion before that. So go ahead. Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding, we currently have a motion on the books that says this whole project goes to the capital budget to be discussed at capital time. So I asked the clerk, like, unless somebody puts a motion to reconsider the whole issue on the table, we have nothing to discuss about this matter. It's already decided. So let's deal with that first before we spend an hour discussing something we shouldn't be discussing.
that makes sense.
I'm happy to put the motion for reconsideration on the floor on the basis that we have a volunteer group that's gone out, and whether you agree with it or not, they've secured $600,000 in funding and it needs to be done. I can't remember what the date was. Was it March of 2023 in order to be able to receive that funding? So in the interest of our volunteer group, I'm quite happy to put the motion on the floor and proceed with the next steps.
I need a seconder for the motion. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We're looking for 2/3 of majority. All those in favor? To reopen discussion? Looks like that's fine. Okay, you have that, Teresa?
If I may, through you, Madam Chair. Teresa, can we confirm that the mayor was on the acceptance side of the original? Yep. Okay.
Perfect. Let's continue the discussion now. Councillor Van Passen.
Well, now,
No.
if the clerk could read the motion that is now on the floor due to the reconsideration, that if you want to change it, you'd have to revote on it, defeat it, then put a new motion
Exactly.
back on.
If I could turn to you, Teresa?
Yeah, through the chair. So now that we have agreed to reconsider, the original motion as moved will be on the floor for consideration. So that was, I'll put it up on the screen. That was originally moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Martin. The original motion goes on for voting. If council does not want to move forward with this motion, they would vote in opposition. If they wanted to continue with the motion as is, they would vote in favor. If the motion is voted against and fails, then a new motion or an amended motion could be put on the floor.
Your worship.
Just a point of clarification to the clerk. What I'm a bit confused about is there's a fundamental change in what is being presented. The original request was for money from council, which is why it was going to the budget committee. That is no longer the request. So there's been a fundamental change from that original motion. So perhaps I see this as a little bit different. It's not the same thing that we're debating anymore. We're not debating a capital budget amendment.
So through the mayor, through the chair to Mayor Chop, we did discuss this at length, how we were going to handle this matter. So the original motion is a little bit open to interpretation, as council did not formally specify that they approved the project to go forward with or without the budget. The motion reads that staff include a project in the 2023 capital budget for this project, subject to the approval of the council at that time, that the funding would come from different contributions, and that it would only go forward if the Waterford Heritage Trail raised their $350,000. In my opinion, that we are reconsidering what we've approved, that this would be decided at budget. So that is why I suggested the cleanest way to do it would be a reconsideration, because now new information has come to light that they are not looking for funding, but we would be looking to say whether we'll proceed with it in 2022.
Chop.
Well, let me put it in this light. If they don't move forward now and they aren't able to complete the project by March of 2023 because we've now decided to defer this per the original motion to the capital budget deliberations. And so we know then that they are no longer going to be eligible for that funding bucket. Then it may very well be the wish of council to carry on with the original motion, which is to have that debate at the capital budget next year. Because currently they have this offer of $600,000. That $600,000, in order for that to be collected, the project must be completed by March of 2023. If we carry on and defer this to the capital budget, we know for a fact then that they will not be able to receive that $600,000. So now they're back in the original position, which was potentially, hey, council, we might be looking for some money. We're going to do our own fundraising, because they've lost that opportunity. So they may very well still want to go ahead with the original motion at the capital budget if they don't get this approved by council now.
So if the project were to be completed, then this almost becomes moot anyway. So leaving it doesn't do any harm unless.
Leaving the original motion doesn't do any harm, because they may still wish to go and debate this, because if they can't complete the project by March of 2023, then they could still be at council in January of next year asking for this.
And if they do complete it, then again, this motion becomes moot in its sense.
Correct.
Yep. A quandary.
If I may.
Yes.
I think, through you, Madam Chair, I think the only caveat in that is that there was not initial consultation with our accessibility. So if this were to proceed and go to budget and there's a desire to proceed without that consultation, we may get ourselves into some difficulty.
But does that necessarily require us from removing this motion? Could we not move forward without it?
The motion as it currently stands doesn't direct staff to bring it back for public consultation. So you could amend it and get covered that way.
I think that we should just be hearing it as, it should have been my understanding. I didn't realize we were doing this as a reconsideration, the way that this was presented in the agenda. Otherwise, I would have said something earlier, but it should just be leaving the original motion in place and having a new staff report that contains brand new information, which is this funding bucket has been received and how would we like to proceed.
And you consider us in any jeopardy if we do or don't?
So through the chair, if I'm trying to remember back to our discussion during this debate in April, there was some discussion that proceeding with the project was something, both with respect to the funding and the project, was looking to allow the next term of council to be part of those discussions. So again, the motion as it stands, from my interpretation, and council may have a completely different interpretation, and I'm happy to entertain that. I don't see where council said, yes, let's go ahead with the project no matter where the funding comes from. And so that was my challenge with the reconsideration, was that, I don't know that it says that. So I believe the cleanest way is for council to reconsider the new information and make a decision based on that.
Your worship.
I concur. It doesn't say that we're going ahead with it at the capital budget, but the new motion, then a separate motion that's different from the first, is that we send it to the accessibility committee to get their input, and it comes back because it's a different, and then council would have to make that decision as to, are we going ahead with it now or not? And if we say no, then there's still the opportunity for them to come back at the capital budget deliberation.
The only question I have is they came and they requested something different. How do we address that? Other than sending it back? Councillor Van Passen, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way I understand our procedural bylaw and all of these Robert's rules, the reason we're allowed to reconsider it because new information that dramatically changed the situation has come forward. And, there is a process to deal with that. We made a decision back, whatever date that was, based on the best information that was available that day, and that is the direction, and that is the bylaw that, or the motion that was passed. New information has come forward now. We have now the opportunity to reconsider this motion. This motion is the one on the floor because we had a 2/3 majority that decided to reconsider this motion. And you can't leave it in place. You can't have a motion that says this fall we're going to turn left. But by the way, we'll put another motion out there that says we'll turn right. But just in case one of those directions is wrong, we've got the other one to fall back on. It doesn't work that way. You make a decision and do it. We're going to reconsider this decision. You can vote on it, turn it down, put forth a new one. You can put the clauses back in that if it doesn't get done, then we fall back to a budget thing. But you can't have it both ways.
I do have a motion on the floor, so I'll entertain one more question by your worship.
My question actually is to Councillor Van Passen. So if a group has $600,000 in funding being offered to them, why on earth would you want to delay making a decision until the capital budget when that money is no longer on the table? Other than putting it off to a different council and a different day.
That's what I just said. Vote this motion down, put a new motion on the floor.
You didn't support the reconsideration.
Proceed with it. We've already.
You did
voted.
support the reconsideration. You wanted to put it off to the budget.
I don't support paving a trail either, but that's not the debate we're having right now. Right now, put this motion on the floor. That's the procedural bylaw says. Vote it down. Put a new motion up that directs staff to proceed with tendering for the paving of the thing. And when that comes up, I'm probably going to vote against it because I don't want to pave it. But make sure you throw in the little things about checking with the AODA consultation. And just because you have to consult, that doesn't mean you have to give them everything they want either. So
Through the chair, if I may, I just
Trying to push a button and I can't get it to go.
I just wanted to say that the reconsideration motion did pass. So that's where we are now. We're reconsidering the decision that was on the floor. As it was presented on April 12th, we come back to that bottom of that stairwell, and now we can reconsider the motion that was put forward on April 12th.
So therefore, do we have a motion now on the floor to reconsider this?
No, so we've decided we were willing to reconsider. This is now the motion. We're going to re-vote on the motion put forward on.
Okay, enough discussion. I think what we should do is bring it to the question. All those, how do I propose it? In favor of keeping the motion or just how was
So it's
your?
just a regular motion. So it's the motion that was on the floor, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Martin. You would call the vote. Council would decide if they want to vote on this motion that was put on the floor, if they want to vote in favor of it or vote against it.
Got it? Do we have it? Everybody getting it? Okay, I call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? It is carried.
Sorry, if it was opposed, it fails. It was defeated.
Yes, it was defeated. Lord. Okay. Now let us have some discussion on what our next steps are. Does anyone have any thoughts on a motion, how to send it, or a motion to send it back to staff? Right, now we have to have the report. So let's ask Mr. Shoemaker if he's ready. Director of Parks Operations. Will you introduce this report, Mr. Shoemaker?
Through Madam Chair. Yeah, staff's bringing this report forward to provide council with new information and details regarding funding for the Waterford Heritage Trail Association. Funding for the Waterford Heritage Trail. The association has now secured funding for the trail project. In the original deputation to council, the Waterford Heritage Trail Association requested council approve $100,000 to be put towards the
installation of this trail be put forward to budget time, with the Waterford Heritage Trail Association funding the remaining 350,000. Part of their fundraising was to apply for a federal government grant initiative. And through that grant initiative, they were able to secure funding for the full amount of the $450,000. But after the April 12th council meeting, members of the public have posed questions and concerns towards the asphalting of the trail, with people opposed to paving the trail at all. The report outlines a few of the main concerns brought forward by the public, how they can be addressed, and how they and to assist in the resolving concerns brought forward. Staff have put forward two options for the council to consider when reconsidering the trail paving project with the new information that's laid out in this report. And we'll take any questions on after that.
We have questions for Mr. Shoemaker, your worship first.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Todd. I guess one of my questions would be, so if council was to proceed with option 2, which is to send it back to the advisory committee for their opinion, I would be interested in someone from staff reaching out to the ministry providing the funding to determine whether or not it in fact must be pavement in order for us to be eligible for the funding. And if it doesn't have to be pavement, but it is simply a contribution towards the trail's improvement, I think that's information that the accessibility clinic should know, or committee should know as well when they look to making that decision. Because sometimes if you say, well, it's, pavement or leaving the trail as is, then they may hold a different viewpoint. But if they know that there's options available to them, I would be curious to know that if they had those options available, what their views were in that particular instance, as opposed to just saying it's one or the other.
Good point. Anyone else? Oh, you're not.
One more, sorry. And are the people that made deputations today, maybe the clerk can answer this, or Todd, would they be invited back to make deputations to the advisory committee as well?
Through the chair, yes, definitely they would be. They would be involved through the process.
I think it'd be important for staff to just reach out to them directly and to invite the ones that did make deputations to attend.
Sounds good. Councillor Columbus, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I think we need a legal opinion on just what we're up against with respect to the AODA compliance with the asphalt pavement.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if we might just slightly need to amend this the motion that requires the Heritage Trail Association to work with a biologist regarding turtles and nesting, that kind of thing. I think through the deputation, we heard that they've already hired someone and got that study complete, so I'm not sure we need to make them do that again. Do we?
Through the chair, I can't respond to that specific one, but I did put the motion that was in the agenda on the report on the screen. I've added in the clause that Mayor Chalkis requested. I can wordsmith it if you want a little more. The other clause that I've put in there that I've highlighted was from the original motion that you voted down. I didn't know if you wanted that considered in this motion as well. It can be removed if council's not in agreement.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine. Teresa, you can remove that because
Yeah.
this is all being viewed in a different, it specifically states that there's no cost to the county in the motion somewhere. I can't remember what line it was. Right?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the what was just deleted, if we can just
Can you
undo it. It talked about.
Oh, is the ongoing operating?
Fundraising for operating.
No, I think you're right. No, just leave that then. My apologies. I don't think, in terms of Councillor Michelli's though, I would just assume leave that in there. I mean, we don't have any report or anything on that. It was just the deputation, so.
Yeah, I just would hate to have the association go through the, what perceived requirement of paying another consultant biologist. I just wasn't sure if they would have to or not.
Also, the point that Councillor Columbus had made, is that in here? I think a legal opinion would be a bit prudent. Does anyone else feel that way? Sir Hoffman?
I agree with, thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague. I think we need to look at something along that line. That seems to be the biggest concern that I'm getting from the community, is that there is not AODA compliance, and that this is against people with disabilities if the paving goes through. So I think a legal opinion is warranted. Because we need to remember that the accessibility committee is made up of individuals within the committee. We don't have a community. We don't have any kind of legal representation on the committee.
Make a point. Anything further? If not, could I get you to read the motion?
Through the chair. So the motion on the floor right now would be that the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project update staff report be received as information, and that staff reach out to the ministry providing grant funding for this proposed project to determine if any amendments to the project can be considered, and that staff consult with legal counsel with respect to AODA compliance requirements for outdoor spaces. I'm looking to accessibility to provide agreement on that verbiage. And that consultation with Norfolk County's Accessibility Advisory Committee, members of the public and persons with disabilities take place prior to the project tendering as per the Integrated Accessibility Standards Regulation, and that the consultations result in concerns to county staff on moving forward with, if the consultations result in concerns to county staff on moving forward with the project, that a report be brought back to council outlining the concerns for consideration, and that if after the consultation staff are in agreement to proceed, the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project proceed in the fall of 22 without any funds being allocated to the project by Norfolk County as stated in option 2 of the staff report, and that the Waterford Heritage Trail Association work with a biologist to ensure areas used by turtles for nesting habitat from concession 7 to 6 are not negatively impacted, and that staff be directed to enter into an MOU agreement with the Waterford Heritage Trail Association to outline responsibilities for design specifications, tendering, project oversight, and risk mitigation during the construction paving project, plus reporting requirements, and that staff collaborate with the trail project group for an ongoing fundraising campaign to cover ongoing operating expenses and contributions to a repair and replacement reserve, and further that staff work with the Waterford Heritage Trail Association to properly procure and administer the paving project.
I just have one question on that. If after consultation and staff agreement to proceed with the Waterford, the asphalt project in the fall of 2022 without any funding, are we saying by voting for this motion to send it back that if everything is met, they're going to put asphalt down? Is that what this is saying? Am I wrong?
Through the chair, that is my interpretation.
Okay, I have a little bit of an issue with that. But it is up to council.
Well, I think that the debate is whether you're going to send it to, are you going to put this decision to our accessibility committee or not ultimately? So if, regardless of what the accessibility committee has to say, if you believe that we should not pave the trail, well, then you're right, you shouldn't vote to support this, because what's the point of wasting the time doing it then? So, you know, if you want to send it to them and leave it, I mean, that's kind of the way, even at this point, that I'm viewing this. That's why I present them with the options. And if the concern is on the accessibility side to not pave it, before there was concerns over the money. So, you know, those concerns have been alleviated now. There is no funding request being asked from the county. The concerns I still have are over future ongoing maintenance costs of all of our trail systems. But, you know, the bigger concern from the deputations today, I think, all centers around the accessibility component. And I think our committee probably knows more about that than I certainly do.
If I may, Madam Chair. If I may, Madam Chair, I mean, the way I'm reading this, I think we should amend this so that staff bring back. So there's a few checkpoints here, one with legal, one in regards to ongoing funding. We don't know whether the group would even commit to ongoing fundraising for ongoing operations. So I think this has a few open ends here that would necessitate staff coming back to council with the final report based on what the accessibility committee says, based on what the legal opinion says, based on whether the group is actually willing to create an obligation to have ongoing fundraising for ongoing operations. So I'd be hesitant for this council to say if the committee says yes, let's just move forward with it, because I think you need to wait for the legal opinion and you need to also perhaps hear about whether the group is concerned about the operating commitment.
Ms. Darlington?
Thank you through the chair, and thank you to the CEO. I just wanted to mention that the advisory committee is for consultation. They can't make a determination. They'll bring forward recommendations. So I agree with the CEO that there needs to be a subsequent report, but the advisory committee is just there to consult on needs, and that is their scope and responsibility. And then if I may, through the chair, just to the county clerk, it would be with respect to exterior environments and specifically recreational trails. And as council is familiar with, you have approved design guidelines that stipulate what the design guideline is for recreational trails already. So we'll bring that forward as part of the legal review.
Worship?
Can we clarify the timelines that they are going to need to go out and procure this project after consultation? The way that I read this motion was that, effectively council was approving the paving at no cost to the county unless there was an issue that was raised by the accessibility committee. And if there was an issue raised by the accessibility committee, then staff would not proceed and it would come back to council for further debate if the accessibility committee had concerns. That way, it allows the project to go on and proceed so that they can meet the timelines to be able to receive the funding. Because if they don't complete it by March of 2023, I guess they're going to be short of $600,000, and I don't really want to be laying out the $600,000.
And if I may, through you, Madam Chair, that is exactly the way the original recommendation was. It was through discussions around the table here today that we added the ongoing operating costs and the legal opinion. And that's what, if this committee is willing to drop those two, I think we can move forward. But once you've added the seeking a legal counsel, it wouldn't make sense for us to move forward without first waiting to hear what that legal counsel would say.
Can that not also be tied in, though, in the same way as providing returning to council if the AODA committee, the accessibility committee does not support the project, then you must report back to council before moving, taking any additional steps. That could be done in the same way for the legal opinion. I have a high level view of what I think that legal opinion is going to say, considering this money is coming from the provincial government, or federal government, my apologies. So I would say almost the same thing, that if, the memo could be provided to council even while we're in council recess in August, it could be mailed. And, unless if staff see some red flags, then you could call a meeting to further debate the issue. But if there's no red flags that are seen in the legal opinion, then for the same reasons, it could move forward.
And through you, Madam Chair, if I may, and in regards to the ongoing operating, would you like staff to react to that? If the volunteer group says no to the ongoing efforts, would you still like us to proceed and take on that commitment?
I'd be really surprised if they would say no. They've articulated right here at council chambers that they were, committed, both occasions that they've spoken. The once I believe was on a Zoom call, that they were willing to do further fundraising. So I'd be pretty surprised if that was a showstopper.
So if I may, then just for clarity for staff, so that we have complete clarity, would the contribution to operating be at what level would be acceptable to this council? Would it be X amount of dollars? Would it be a percentage of a contribution to an annual contribution to a reserve? what would that be so that we know what would be acceptable?
Well, I guess that's just it. That's why I didn't think that they would balk, because there was no actual figure that was included in that. So I think, there's also an element that, they've clearly worked pretty hard to go and secure the 600,000. So do you have to put a little bit of faith in your volunteer groups that if you ask them to carry on?
That's a decision for council to make. I mean, your napkin math that came up to about $20,000 a year.
24.
$5,000 a year. I'm not sure whether the group, if they would have heard that, whether they would have had a different response to the conversation that we had. So I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'd like to be clear for staff so we know exactly how to proceed.
Thank you. I would like to be a little clearer on this one too. If your indulgence to read it again, if you don't mind.
Through the chair, just before I read it. So the way the motion is written right now, ultimately it is saying that we are doing two consultations, a consultation with legal counsel and a consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. If the consultations result in concerns, staff will bring back a report for council consideration. If the consultation, after the consultations, the staff believe they're maybe in agreement to proceed because there were maybe no outstanding concerns, then by way of this motion, council would be approving to proceed with the paving project. And actually, we could change the second clause to be to consult with the ministry so that we've also got the consulting with the ministry about other project consideration.
Yes.
And council, I think that council also has to be committed, understanding that 25 years from now, they could be looking at full replacement cost. So yes, while we have that motion in there, I don't think you can, even if we put a figure in there, I don't know how you would ever hold an association to such a figure 15 years from now. The same directors wouldn't even be on the association likely. So I don't know that, I think it's just kind of in there and spirit. I don't think you can hold them to it. So the decision really rests on council to say, okay, as we look at our capital asset management plan, are we prepared on all of these trails to say we're looking about a cost of around $24,000 a year for the trail?
My concern here is we're wrapping two things into this motion. If I were to look at this, I could vote yes on this motion because I know it needs to go back. But I would also vote no on this motion by saying, I don't know if I want it in pavement. There is my conundrum. I don't know how to address this. If anyone can help me out there, I would appreciate it. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was going to be the same point that I was going to bring up, same as I brought up the first time. We've never had the discussion about whether or not we actually want it paved. I did some homework before. I think I mentioned that I talked to former Councillor Oliver, and he's fully in support of it, but it will become a high-speed bicycle trail from Brantford to Waterford. Laid out that there's probably some good economic value in that the people could drive down, they can have lunch in Waterford, they can do all those things. But I still like the concept of a natural trail through natural areas without the pavement on it. So all the conditions that we're going back and forth, really, I would just vote them all down because I don't want to pave it. I just want to leave it, maybe a little bit of upgrade with the gravel. So the comment about whether the grant could be adjusted somewhat to pay for the gravel, I think the comment from one of the deputation this morning was $6,000 per kilometer. So for 66 grand, we could have nice new gravel on it, or we can spend $600,000 and pave it and have a nice high-speed bike lane. Those are the options I think that should be discussed first about whether do we want it paved, and if so, then we go through the rest of the process. If we don't want to pave, and yes, we're going to have to walk away from a hardworking group that actually got a nice grant of 75% of the $600,000 project approved. But if we don't want that project done in the first place, we got to walk away from that money.
I have Clerk Olson wishes to speak.
Through the chair. So the motion that we put on here was really just playing a little bit with the staff recommendation. We actually do not have a motion on the floor. So perhaps if council wants to move into debate about this, someone should put either this motion or a motion on the floor.
Surfacing instead of pavement. I'm being facetious.
Look, I wasn't supportive of spending county money on going and doing the paving. I didn't like the idea of moving forward with that. However, I do appreciate the fact that there's a group that's very involved in this, that has done a lot of work, that has gone and secured a lot of funding. And now it's all coming down to the largest part is, you know, whether this is AODA or would be embraced by the accessibility committee or not. I would say that they have more experience and commitment to looking at those issues than we as a council do. I mean, there's people with experience that are on that committee. So that's, I guess, why I'm, you know, given that the funding has been fully raised, given that the volunteer group wants to support this project, now it comes down to this, you know, accessibility concern. And I think that the committee is the better part to go and give us their opinion before we debate pavement or not pavement. Otherwise, I'm not sure what we're debating other than what we've already heard. So, you know, is it their opinion that we're interested in, or are we just going to go and debate with our own views of?
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally concur with what Mayor Chop is saying. You know, so often, you know, what is the purpose of having these advisory committees if we don't go to them and see what they think? Once we get that opinion, if they say this is a totally bad idea, we don't have to debate paving or not paving because we have gotten their input, and that will allow for some public consultation as well. And if we need a legal opinion, that's all very good. I think we need to go that way, and then, you know, because if they say, you know, paving it would be the worst violation of the AODA you could imagine, we don't have a discussion after that.
We'd like to put a motion on the floor. Is there possible that we incorporate everything we've discussed other than saying yes to moving forward? I need some assistance with what type of motion you'd like to have. Councillor Martin.
So moved.
All right.
So through the chair to Councillor Martin, are you moving the full motion that's on there or the motion as I just amended it?
The motion as printed on the screen with the updated amendment that has been in this discussion for 30 minutes.
So you want me to take all the strike throughs out?
And going back to staff could be done as expeditiously as possible, I would assume. Have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Huffman. I will now, do we continue the debate or let's not? Let's call the vote. All those in favor of this motion? Opposed? Carried. My apologies. Moving on as speedily as we can. Let's go on to some more. I'm moving on to the Waterford Deer Park Herd Management OPS 22-031 8.5. Councillor Huffman. I asked to call upon you.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to pull this report, this consent item, just to have a few questions answered in a more fulsome manner. I do want to say that I think the report done by staff has a lot of detail in here. There's a lot of historical information that is beneficial. I think it's very important that we're as transparent as possible with this whole Waterford Deer Park herd management, and that any questions that anyone may have are clearly answered. I do want to ensure from staff that they've worked very collaboratively with the Waterford Deer Park Committee in looking at any available options in terms of reducing the population of the herd. And if there's been any change since, I shouldn't really say, we're still being affected greatly by COVID, obviously, but if there has been any new information that's come forward in regards to that management of the herd. And I would also like a little bit more clarification on the cost that has been incurred from the Waterford Deer Park Committee, and if they are absorbing all of this on their own, which is an astronomical increase in the tonnage of feed that they're going through. And my other point that I would like to get some clarification on is the distribution of the meat. If I could get a little bit more clarification on that plan from staff, that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. If I could refer to staff.
Yeah,
Bill?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the councillor, I wrote down, I've got three-year questions here. If you've got more, we'll go through them. There have been no changes since the writing of the report. The group as well as staff have been in contact with OMAFRA, and there's kind of the leaders here on what we can and can do, and there's been no changes as far as different groups wanting to take the deer, the ability to transport them or anything like that. So no changes on that. As far as funding, yeah, the group, if I understood the question correct, I believe the report states, it was two ton of grain brought in before, and it was up to 21 last year. This group has worked very hard with volunteers and the local ag folks to make sure that this food is donated yearly, but it is a struggle as the herd increases, but they have been able to fundraise themselves and keep this going for over a decade now, and they're very proud of that. And I think we've let them know that Norfolk County is very thankful for them doing this as association. And as far as the distribution of the proceeds of the meat, I think the best, I don't have a concrete answer on that. The best I think I can explain it is there's many hurdles in this to control the population of the deer. So first of all is to get Norfolk County, because we own the park and we obviously own the deer, on side or in principle, that we do need to come in with some population control, I'll call it. And I'm hoping after today that's done. The group and county staff have been dealing with OMAFRA. We know the hurdles moving ahead. There's some decisions to be made on exactly how the process will go. It will be a long timeline. It won't be as if we wake up one morning and our issues are over. It'll be a matter of months. So with that, when some of the population control happens, there's all kinds of timing to have the veterinarian on site, as well as having the processing plant open and willing to take these with the numbers we have that day. And at that time, the committee members have mentioned to me, Bill, that's the easy part, is finding homes for the meat. They're hoping to have some sale of the meat. They're looking at that local vendors that they could then get their processing fees back. So that would have them keep their funding for the deer that are present there and keeping the fences and stuff on, keeping them fed. And if through the selling of some of the meat, they can get proceeds to cover that, that would be great. And then, the sky is, or the door is open. I think in the past, there was some food given to local food banks as well as Norview. That was a number of years ago, the last time this was done. And OMAFRA is working with us to get us some questions. So Councillor Huffman, you may have had a few more questions there. I think I hit 3, but I was a little slow on the pen. So if I missed any, I get you, please restate those.
Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair. No, through you, Chair, to Mr. Cridland, that covers basically everything. Just wanted to make sure that there hadn't been any other changes that we could look at in terms of options. I do realize that there's a safety factor here in that the enclosure for the Waterford Deer Park is only able to handle so many deer, and we're quite a bit higher than is safe for these animals. And that's what our MAFRA has come in terms of review of disease and parasites and things like that. There are concerns when they're living in such close quarters. So thank you very much for this report. Thank you for your work with the Waterford Deer Park Committee. And I look forward to this going as smoothly as possible. And I thank the Deer Park Committee for all of their hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Any further questions? Councillor Columbus?
Yes, I've had a couple calls about this, and it's quite a popular tourist destination to park. But anytime you go there, there's a lot of people there. I think they even have a camera set up, from what I understand. And anytime you take these wild animals out of their natural environment, you have no predators. I mean, it makes common sense that we've got a lot more animals in there than what we expect because there's nothing to get rid of them. So I know this group has been practicing very good animal husbandry at that location. And I totally agree with moving forward with this. And I thank all the volunteers involved, and hopefully we won't be spending as much on feed to look after the herd going forward. I'd be pleased to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Passen?
Would be happy to second the staff recommendation then for Chairman.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor. It is moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All righty, let's move on. 8.5, Corporate Services Division. Ms. Darlington, General Manager of Corporate Services, will introduce this report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The county has short-term investments, high-interest savings accounts, medium-term investments, and a long-term investment strategy with the Legacy Fund. This memo provides council with an update on the investment activity, outlines average balances and returns as of December 31st, 2021. I'm pleased to introduce Duncan McCauley. Duncan is the county's payables and cash management analyst who prepared the memo for council this evening. Amy Fanning, the county's deputy treasurer, is also here, and between Duncan and Amy, they will provide an overview of the memo. I'd also like to introduce Mr. Keith Taylor and Eleanor Schneider, who are, I believe, on the Teams link and available to answer any specific questions that council may have regarding the One Investment Program. With that, I'll pass it over to Duncan and Amy.
Alrighty. To the chair, members of council, the report in front of you is a high-level summary of the investment results for 2021. This report breaks down our investments into three categories: short-term, medium-term, and long-term investments. Short-term investments are guaranteed investment certificates, GICs, and high-interest savings accounts, HISAs, all with maturity dates less than 1 year. In 2021, we had an average of $88.8 million invested short-term, providing a return of 0.81% or $722,000. In 2020, we had an average of just over $47 million invested short-term, providing a return of $1.14 million or $536,000. While short-term investment returns in 2021 were less than 2020, we were able to invest more money short-term in 2021, and therefore, even with the smaller return, made $186,000 more compared to 2020. Short-term investment performance is relative to the Bank of Canada policy rate. 2021 saw the policy rate at an all-time low of 0.25%. The good news for 2022 is that the Bank of Canada policy rate has jumped up significantly and has resulted in increased returns for the county's short-term portfolio so far in 2022. Medium-term investments are used when cash flows in excess of paying current year expenses, and these investments are generally government or financial institution bonds, notes, or GICs that have maturity dates greater than 1 year. Municipalities are restricted in their investments by the Municipal Act, and one way for municipalities to get exposure to equity-linked returns while remaining in compliance with the Municipal Act is through principal protected notes, PPNs. In 2021, a portion of the medium-term portfolio was invested in PPNs for the first time. In 2021, we had an average of just under $17 million invested medium-term, providing a return of 1.86% or $316,000. In 2020, we had an average of just over $2.4 million invested medium-term, providing a return of 4.17% or $100,000. The only long-term investments Norfolk County has is the Legacy Fund. The Legacy Fund is invested in the One Investment Program through an agreement the county has with the Local Authority Services Limited and Chums Financing Corporation. With the One Investment Program acting as our agent, we are able to have investments in equities and corporate bonds. In 2021, the Legacy Fund had a return of 8.3% or just under $6.4 million. In 2022, as of May 31st, the Legacy Fund has had a return of negative 6.2% or a loss of more than $4.8 million. Global factors in 2022 have negatively affected the Legacy Fund equity performance, and increasing interest rates have driven down the Legacy Fund bond portfolio performance. In 2021, financial operations and systems staff had implemented a more robust investment strategy. The strategy was designed to allow us to be more in control of our cash flows and efficient in using our excess cash. In doing so, we were able to grow and build our short and medium-term investment portfolio from roughly $15 million in 2021 to over $140 million today. In 2022, financial operations and system staff are looking to review the Legacy Fund policy and the corporate investment policy and come back to council with recommendations for updates and improvements moving forward. And with that, we'll take any questions from council and committee. And I will remind you that we have representatives from the One Fund here if you have questions for them. Thanks.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, Your Worship.
I just want to confirm, there's no portion of the One Fund investments that's in the principal protected notes, correct?
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct.
I guess my next question is, what was the commission paid out with the One Fund? And with the anticipated losses in 2022, what are we looking at?
Through the chair to the mayor, we'll let the representatives from the One Fund take that question. Mr. Taylor.
Could you repeat the question, please?
I guess I'm interested in the dollar value that the county is paying to you guys. And sort of where we see that sitting if we take a loss in 2022 with what, we anticipate continuing in the markets, what is that going to look like?
Through you. The fees that are incurred within the One portfolios are baked right into the fund itself. It's not invoiced directly to the municipality. It's an ongoing fee that's incurred at the fund level to defer the costs that are associated with running it.
But there's a value. I mean, in 2018 when we ran, my memory might be escaping me right now. I feel like 800. No.
We can go back and look up those numbers for you, but it's on a percentage point basis, and it's the same fees for everyone in the fund. For the equity fund, currently it's 0.5%. And then for the bond portfolios, it's a lower percentage.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to come back to staff with a couple questions afterwards, if that's okay.
Who's next? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think through you, this one is to Duncan. Duncan, in short-term investment section in 2021, the return was $722,000 based on an average return rate of 0.81%. And just looking at the chart that's on page 101 with regard to the various rates of interest that were being charged by the Bank of Canada, that rate has been going up pretty substantially lately, and it's currently at 1.5%. And as you know, tomorrow the market is anticipating another very big jump in that rate, which will be good. So I think I'm kind of encouraged. I know high interest rates are not good news for everybody, but in this case, I think we do have some good news. I think we could pretty much at least double our return in dollar value. Would I be correct about that?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli. Yes, you are correct. Interest rates are going up, and we have seen a significant increase in our investment proposals that we get and the rates they return. I would feel very confident in saying that we would definitely double that.
Okay, very good. And Madam Chair, one more additional. Duncan, and this is, I guess, in the short-term and the medium-term investments, the GICs, do we have them laddered so that each year as they mature that we have additional funds for reinvestment?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, they are laddered. We ladder them more so for cash flow, cash management purposes. So, for example, when we have large payments going out, such as school board payments or large capital costs that we're expecting, we try to have funds mature before those dates.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the mayor's previous question, I think 2018, we made a net profit of 215,000 with a cost for their fees of 458,000. But that's just as a
400. Sorry, I was thinking 8, but
yeah.
Thanks.
And to Councillor Michelli's point, it's nice that the interest rates are going up, but when we issue the $17,700,000 debenture for the sewage plant, and then another 20 million for a water plant, and we're paying three times the interest on that, I don't think that's going to work out so good. But I think I've asked this question in previous years. At what point do you, or do we at all, look at the market and crystallize some of those assets? You know, I've discussed it with staff over the years that, you know, in January, we were sitting in a profit position of, was it $6.5 million in 2021, and then because nobody expected a Russian invasion of Ukraine, price of oil, inflation at 7%, interest rates spiking up, all of a sudden we've lost, you know, $4.5 million of that already. Is that legacy fund sort of policy so strict that we just leave it there and we'll ride the market out? It'll come back again, I'm sure, but you know, right now we're in a position that, yeah, we made money last year, but we're going to lose money this year. Does staff have that flexibility to come to council and adjust that at any given time?
Question to staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So in the legacy fund, we are able to, legacy fund policy, we are able to come back with recommendations for council. That's part of why we had at the end there that, you know, we're going to look into not only the legacy fund policy, but also the corporate investment policy and find rooms for improvements and recommendations and bring them back to council.
And if you and I both knew how to do that very well, we wouldn't be working here.
Mayor Chuck?
I'm wondering, I'd like to stick on Councillor Van Passen's train of thought, but I'm just wondering if we could finish with questions with the One Fund representatives and then accept that as information and then move on to questions directly with our own staff.
Therefore, can we get a motion on the floor?
And if I could actually, sorry, I'm going to direct one more question to One Fund before I let go. So do you guys, maybe you could explain to council, you know, your investment strategy would be, I think, helpful at this point. And I know we don't have anything in principal protected notes with you guys and why that is and so on.
Eleanor or Keith, my apologies.
Sure. I can, through the chair, I can take this. I can take this question in terms of our approach, and then Keith will add in any commentary that I've missed. In terms of our investment report approach, we follow the legal list and the structure and the guidelines that are outlined in the legal list in terms of how we develop our funds. So each of our portfolios is structured in such a way that our portfolio managers that we work with, who are MFS and Guardian on our equity portfolio, understand what the restrictions are to ensure compliance, because this is mandatory or it's a must for municipal investors. So we don't want to go offside on that. So within the Municipal Act, those restrictions create some problems and some noise because, you know, a lot of the content that we're only allowed to invest in is Canadian. So that creates some issues in terms of returns, which Keith can comment on. So your universe, what you would normally see in a regular investment approach, has just shrunk because of the Municipal Act requirements, and that is because the Municipal Act is conservative and meant to protect municipalities and their investments. So that's how we structure and work with our portfolio managers. Again, on the legal list, municipal investors have the ability to instruct us to invest on their behalf. They create accounts with us, they enter into agreements and so on and so forth. You are, and your councils are responsible for making those investment decisions through our investment advisory services team, with having Keith on board. As a CFA, he is able to provide advice in terms of that structure. In this case, it's a legacy fund structure or an endowment model that we follow. And again, it is advice, but at the end of the day, it's council's decision on how you act on that. And Keith can provide you some more information on the true investment aspect of that.
Sorry, if I can just interrupt, if we could get just a little bit of a high level view, like the percentage that you have with equities and bonds and so on, what we're investing in specifically.
Oh, on your structure?
Correct.
So I'm just going to comment that we do follow what is in your investment policy statement. And I believe that there is a structure in there. And we've also added flags within our system that monitors those buckets to ensure that you are, that we're within those, I guess, those parameters. And if there are any sort of deviations, we provide monthly reports to municipal staff who monitor that and, you know, need to make adjustments. So if you do want the details, we can. Sorry?
This is pre-structured in a sense?
Correct. It's within your policy.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I believe you got about 50% equity, and it's split evenly between the two fixed income funds. We have this programmed into our portfolio management system. So if the things if markets go astray and those weights deviate dramatically, that we would get an alert and we'd tap someone on the shoulder on staff to do something about it. And that's actually what we did, I believe it was 2 years ago when COVID hit. The equity market had a precipitous drop I think it was March of 2020, and equity markets fell so much that you had too little equity relative to what was in your investment policy statement. And we contacted your staff and suggested that they might want to rebalance back to target. And the markets ended up bouncing back, and you had the problem of having too much equity a little bit later on. So that's really how things typically work. You set what is the long-term weight, and you try to you have some rules to keep it within that tolerance, and you let it sort of cruise and earn money for you. As Eleanor had suggested, this is the endowment model. And some of the other research papers that have put together say that, over the long term, these can give returns of somewhere in the range of 3%. I will note that the legacy fund, according to my reports, suggests that the actual returns from inception have actually been 3%. So we're not trying to shoot out the lights, and I fully understand the concern about the markets this year, where we've had two things hitting us, both the interest rates, which we all know about, going up precipitously, and then the invasion of Ukraine, which is both negative and unexpected events. Things have lined up to have a very weak period of time the first 6 months. We would suggest this is the legacy fund monies, I think, for the town were intended to be perpetual in nature, and they are long-term investments. And I would suggest that the comments about whether the staff or council should do something to restructure the allocation weights is probably not appropriate if you want to stick to a long-term investment model. So I can speak from experience, having been on Bay Street. There's a lot of folks on Bay Street think that they can outsmart the market and sell one at the right time. Sometimes they can, but they can't do it consistently. And that is the hard thing. And I would just be concerned about anyone thinking that they can, because they may find out that it's not as simple as that.
I just want to, through the chair, I just want to refer back that the structure of the portfolio of Norfolk's portfolio is in the council package on page 158. So as Keith mentioned, the equity is set at a target of 50%. Corporate bond is 25%, and the bond is 25%. So I just wanted to give those details.
Further question?
Thanks very much for your time to you both, and my other questions will be directed at staff. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Therefore, can we have a motion on the floor to accept the staff recommendation? Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Huffman. No further debate at this point. Yes. Yes, it received as information, yes. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? This is carried. Thank you very much for helping us out, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Schneider. Thank you. Questions for staff?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess there was a lot of talk about this during the last election, and I wasn't a particular fan of this strategy at the time, and I'm not really a fan of it now. We've had a few banks approach the county. I've directed them to staff with, I think, better proposals with no fees. As Councillor Van Passen rightly pointed out, those fees were greater than what we made back in 2018. And so when there's people banging down the door, I mean, one of the things I really liked in your report was talking about when you had CIBC do the review and some of our banking fees and so on. I think with banks, you need to shop around all the time, because once they've had your business for a while, everybody gets a bit lazy. And if you're not shopping around, then there's a problem. And I think in the same way that we shopped around for some of our some of our banking programs that we need to perhaps take a bigger look right now, especially with the change in market conditions as to what's going on out there. So I guess what I'm hoping to maybe put on a motion on the floor, I would like to see something come back from staff, a discussion first of all with Haldeman County, who I think has had exceptional performance over the years, and should be looked at as a bit of a municipal model. We use them as a comparison for many other things, but I've never heard of a comparison or seen a report of, hey, this is what's going on in Haldeman, this is what they're doing, and couldn't we learn something from what's going on over there? So I would be interested to have staff reach out to Haldeman to get some information on their portfolio and their strategy, and to bring that back to council at a future date. And then from there, just for us then to take a look at it and say, hey, should we be looking at other options? Or even better than that, I don't even really need that to come back to council. I think, you know, the floor is open to staff to go back and talk to some other banks, some other institutions that aren't charging fees. How does that shape out as we move forward, especially into a year that's likely to shake out and be pretty rocky? You know, I think the fact that we have some of those medium-term investments in those PPNs, I think is a good municipal strategy. And maybe that's something we should be looking at for some of the longer-term investments as well. And I say that to some people that are, you know, perhaps more interested in this. Again, as they pointed out from one fund, you know, in their defense, I do recognize the limitations that they face because of restrictions in the Municipal Act. So it's not the same as a traditional investment world. I get that, but I still think, you know, we haven't changed. We haven't even looked at changing this over the last couple of years. And I want to know if there's a better way of doing it, and if we can get out of some of these fees and so that go along with this as well.
Never hurts to take a second look at your portfolios and see what you can do better. Okay, any other questions or comments? Yes.
Well, I guess I'd like to put that on as a motion on the floor. I'd like, you know, that staff be directed to come back to council with a report, I guess, to engage in discussions with Haldeman County staff, you know, provided they're willing to share that knowledge, which I believe that they are, and to bring a report back to council with Haldeman County's investment strategy, and to look at what other banks may be willing to offer this council. And if that means some of those institutions coming to, you know, to do a deputation to council and make their pitch, I would be happy to entertain that as well.
Have a comment for staff first.
Thank you. And through the chair to Mayor Chop, staff would be more than happy to engage in that process. And we've already engaged with Haldeman County just in some very informal conversation to try and kind of understand where they've done things a little bit differently than we have. And we also find the legacy fund policy in its current form a bit restrictive, and we'd be happy to bring that back with some recommendations and some proposals for a different approach, perhaps.
Thanks. And to your credit as well. I mean, I understand that the point of this was to look at changing some of the policy and so on, but it just, I think sometimes changing policy takes a long time versus we could, you know, maybe look at moving this a little bit quicker along. And perhaps it's not just about changing composition and so on.
I have a seconder for the motion. It appears to be on the screen. Mr. Councillor Taylor. If I could have that read. Teresa?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, please let me know if there's any other changes required. That staff complete an assessment on investment strategies, including a benchmarking with Haldeman County and other financial institutions, and that staff bring forward a report to future council meeting outlining options for future investment strategies.
I guess the only change, Teresa, would make to that would just be benchmarking with Haldeman County and any other municipalities, and that staff I would remove the financial institutions from that line. And any other municipalities, you know, again, that staff deem relevant, and that staff bring a report to a future council meeting outlining options for future investment strategies with other financial institutions.
Are you fine with that?
Future, sorry, maybe future investment strategies. I guess, and or other offerings by other financial institutions. So hopefully they're all banging down our door after this.
All right, Councillor Taylor, are you satisfied with that? Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Moving along to 8.6, the Office of Chief Administrative Officer. Brantford, Norfolk, Ontario Health Team CAO 22-103. Mr. Menez, Chief Administrative Officer, would you like to introduce this report?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to Sarah Page, who's here to present this report to Council.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening, everyone. Through the chair to committee, I'm here tonight to just provide an update for the Ontario health teams. As you may have known, since about 2019, a lot of the health agencies, healthcare providers, and stakeholders in Norfolk County have been working on an Ontario health team proposal. We were notified by the ministry that it was not accepted. And since then, COVID and the pandemic, of course, hit, and there was a little bit of a stall in there for us. But in late 2021, we were advised by the ministry to collaborate and come together with the Brantford Brant Ontario Health Team. So this has since been renamed and is now the Brantford Brant Norfolk Ontario Health Team. We have attended multiple committee meetings as part of the executive leadership group, including GM Heidi Van Dyke Ellis, myself, and Administrator Bill Nolan from Norview Lodge. So basically, the entire premise of Ontario Health Teams is to create a more patient-centered and collaborative healthcare system in the future for all communities. The reason that we are aligned well with Brantford is our population receives healthcare locally and specifically heads towards Brantford for some more specialized care like mental health, orthopedics, childbirth, etc. So we are working hard with them. The initial focus that Brantford, who is a acknowledged and accepted Ontario Health Team already with the ministry, the initial focus with them has been mental health and addictions, dementia, and those experiencing homelessness in the community. So they have started various initiatives across Brantford and now have called on all of the Norfolk County stakeholders and agencies to join the cause, basically. And so we are joining the Ontario Health Team. We have not signed on officially as any sort of collaborative ratepayer or acceptance, anything like that in our committee. We are sitting as both representatives, observers, and experts in our field for paramedic services, for health and social services, and for the long-term care facility in Norfolk County. And so what we're looking for tonight is just a continuation to allow us to remain on the Executive Leadership Committee and provide that spokespeople for Norfolk County and our respective fields of expertise. And then also just to provide some assurance that at this point, we have not received any notification from our ministries that are involved, and there are multiple ministries involved in all of our roles, stating that anything in our funding pathway has changed. So as of right now, we are all direct funded from our respective ministries, and we have not received any notification that that is changing. We do, of course, recognize that the Ontario Health Teams will be the way of the future, and that may change. So we're here tonight just to provide that update and seek your guidance, and I'm open to any questions, as is GM Heidi. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Sounds like you've been informing us, so we're satisfied with that. So what are we looking for here in the way of a motion? I'd like to get a motion for staff recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, Councillor Taylor. You're also Mr., but Councillor Taylor, it's getting late. Councillor Rabbits. No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. I keep pushing the button here. Okay, 8.6.2 information memo. Teresa, this is for you.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee. On June 21st, clerks provided a proposed meeting calendar for the fall 2022 and into 2023. There were a few changes requested, which we have made. Also on that proposed calendar was a tentative mid-August date. Since the June 21st council meeting, staff have discussed this matter, and we do feel that we are going to need a mid-August date, both because there are a few matters that we feel should be decided during that period, as well as just being mindful that we could potentially be in a lame duck situation after August 19th. The originally proposed date was August 16th, but after June 21st, it was brought to my attention that it falls during the AMO conference. So what we are looking for is for council to actually approve the calendar as presented, and also set that mid-August date. And we've thrown out 3 potential dates: August 11th, 12th, or 15th. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that August 15th works as well. The AMO conference goes from the 14th to the 17th.
All right, so let's do it the 11th and the 12th.
August the 11th and 12th falls on a Thursday or Friday. Am I correct in saying that?
Through the chair, yes. And just to clarify for council, the problem is that I'm away and out of the province, and so that week, but I am back for the 11th. And right now we are currently continue to be without a deputy clerk. So unfortunately, those are the only dates available.
Your thoughts? Yes, Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just maybe to correct possibly what Councillor Van Passen just mentioned about the 15th. I believe that the 3 optional dates we have are the 11th, the 12th, and the 18th. Is that correct? So those are the 3 dates we are dealing with.
11th, 12th, or 18th.
Through the chair, Councillor Michelle stands me corrected.
If I may, and this is just to remind committee that this is to put a placeholder in your calendars, depending on whether there's enough actual business that's required. This may end up being canceled, but we just wanted to ensure that we have a date in your respective calendars in case the business of the county is required in a time-sensitive manner, so we need to have a meeting.
Councillor Taylor.
For me, the 11th at 1 is the only option that would work. If we're going to stick with that 1 p.m. So.
Thoughts?
Yes, Madam Chair, that works for me too. I'm flexible on all 3 dates.
Okay, the 11th. Can we call it the 11th at 1 if necessary? Is that okay then? All right.
So through the chair, just to committee, just to be mindful that that was only a couple of councillors that committed to that. So I just want to make sure that that works for all of council, and then we will require a motion to approve the calendar as presented with that scheduled tentative date.
Yes, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to the clerk. If we schedule that now, it becomes a regular meeting, not a special council meeting that follows different rules. So, and yes, I could be available that day.
Is there any, Councillor Columbus?
Yes, I am not available 11th or the 12th.
I'm not sure that I would be able to commit at this point to the 11th either. Are we not able to, I mean, I understand the benefits of having it be a regular council meeting as opposed to a special council meeting in terms of adding items to the agenda, but likely not necessary if it's called to deal with a few matters. Is it not something we would be able to pull everyone closer to the day if it was required?
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, that is completely at council's discretion. Just from a staffing perspective, trying to put reports together and get things prepared to go. Sometimes it's nice to have that set date so that we can work around holidays, time and staff and time off and that. So, but again, it's completely at council's discretion.
If I may, through the chair as well, and we always have the virtual option as well. So my suspicion is if that we do have enough material on let's say August 11th, it won't be an overly long meeting. And if council members are away, you always have the option to virtually dial in for perhaps an hour or an hour and a half that we would be able to proceed with county business.
Yes, Councillor Rabbits. Oh,
Thank you, through you. Not to throw another wrench in the mix, but is anyone else looking at October in the calendar? And it just seems to be that we're having Board of Health public hearings and council all on the same day. Is that correct? All on the 5th, Wednesday? Was I the only one that caught that? Or?
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, you are correct. So some of the dates you will note, we've amended because again, it is an election year and we are trying not to hold any council meetings between the start of advance voting and the election date. So we scheduled the council meeting on the same date as Board of Health and public hearings to try to be mindful of not adding additional meetings into your calendar, but putting a hold in there in case there are items that need to come forward for those purposes. If council doesn't want to hold the council meeting on that date, we could bump it to the Wednesday or the Thursday of that week. But again, advance votes start that Saturday. So, our preference is not to hold any council meetings during the voting period.
okay. Can we get a motion maybe to accept this without the date of the August meeting and do that separately? Just to move things along?
That's completely up to council.
Well, let's get one thing out of the way and accept, okay, we'll make a motion then, Councillor Martin, to accept this calendar, seconder. Councillor Huffman, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Now we can discuss what date you have, the 11th, the 12th, and the 18th. And as recommended, we can always do it by a virtual meeting. So if we could come up with a date. 18th, going once? Not good? 18th?
Madam Chair, I'm just a bit confused. Did we not already have a consensus about the 11th? So are we?
Oh, we didn't because there was people that had
I
conflict.
understand. So now we're doing the 18th.
We're doing the
Same
18th.
fashion. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, could the clerk remind me what date is the lame duck date?
19th. Cutting it close.
And through the chair, I did not choose the 19th as a possible date to schedule it because I'm sure I will be very busy that day.
Yes, Councillor Van Passen.
Could I offer up the idea that we can schedule that August meeting for the 11th? And at that time, 3 days ahead, if the mayor finds that inconvenient for certain members of council or councillors, we can always change the date and postpone it by a day or by a week, but set it somewhere. And then that's when it's officially on the books. We can change it, adjust it at that point.
For Columbus, is there a thought you could maybe come in virtually on that? If just trying to be,
There's a possibility.
there's possibility. So let's set it, everybody, how about your worship? Okay, we're going to set it for the 11th. And when it gets closer, if there's an issue, we will deal with it then. Can I have a motion for that, please? moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Mayor Chop. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank Jesus. Okay, are there any motions? No, none. Any notices of motion? Okay, we're starting to gather here. Are there any announcements? Going once, going twice, and there are no announcements. Okay, with that, we have no closed session. I need a motion for adjournment. I have a motion moved by Councillor Huffman. Seconder, Your Worship. All those in favor of leaving? Okay, carried. Thank you. My apologies for such a lengthy meeting.